Hello. Hello, governor. Here we go. Here we fucking go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. We got the chat. Big Red in the Morning is live. Big Red in the Morning is live. We're on TikTok for once. Maybe I get some people sending me galaxies. You want to send me a galaxy over on the talk? Maybe I should go live on Maybe I should go live on fucking Twitter. Dunbar. Damn, it's crazy. It's crazy. Dude, you speed run that shit. Dunbar speed runs it. Always the first in the chat. Always the fucking first. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. I got a lot of good videos saved. And a lot of content. And I made sure to get a good night's sleep. I don't like how this hat's sitting on my head. But yes, I made sure to get a good night's sleep. And I'm ready to talk shit about things. I'm ready to yap. That's the real name of the game. Big Red ready to yap. Let's start off. Well, people get in here. Let's start off simple. Is Jalen Hurts top 5? Let's start off simple while everyone gets in here.
All right, we go from the Giants now. Let's talk a little bit about the Eagles because they beat the Rams Sunday in what was solely a second half effort. Philadelphia trailed 26-7 in the third quarter when Jalen Hurts found his groove and A.J. Brown. Here's Chris Canty on Unsportsmanlike with high praise for Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, when he is given the proper amount of time, he can be as surgical.
Bro, it's so funny. Dude wins. And you guys know me, I'm no football expert, but dude's been their quarterback for what, like 4 or 5 seasons? Takes him to the Super Bowl twice, wins the Super Bowl once. It's like, why all the qualifiers? That always bugs me. That's the question I'm asking. As a non-football expert, because we're littered with football experts. As like a non-football expert, it's just like, dude. Like, I think they've been to the playoffs every season I think they've been to the playoffs like every season he's been on the team. But like qualify, and he's like gone to the Super Bowl twice. Won it once. I mean, honestly, too, like when they lost the Super Bowl, it's not like it was a blowout like it was when they won the Super Bowl. So like, you know what I'm saying? But every time they bring up Jalen Hurts, because I don't know. Because what, he's on paper, not the greatest quarterback. It's like they always like break down his stats. They always go hyper specific on his stats. And I go like, yeah, and then he wins games. You know what I mean? Like it's always like the stats they always ignore when talking about Jalen Hurts are the ones that get you to the Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, when Jalen Hurts was the quarterback, he hasn't lost. He's lost one game out of the last like 18 or 19 games. How about that stat? No, actually, his passing yards are not. Well, he fucking wins games, dude.
With his accuracy, with his ball placement, with his velocity, as any quarterback in the NFL. And then, oh, by the way, if he's got to take off and run it on a design quarterback run, he can do that too. He is top 5 and not 5. A quarterback that can have the kind of restraint that he has on a game-to-game basis, that takes on all of the slings and the arrows because stylistically he doesn't play like other elite quarterbacks, but yet just stacks up wins and then can pull this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And I'm new to the topic. What's up, Runaway Slav? How you doing? Jimmy Kimmel cried like a bitch. We will get to that. It'll be interesting to watch all that stuff. But it is funny to be like, he's like, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that, he doesn't do all these things like elite quarterbacks. And it's like, yeah, he does the things he does. He's very good. Like, you know what I mean? He's very good. And then he wins. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if he didn't win. but he wins. So I don't know what we're doing, bro.
Out of the hat in that fashion against that team.
I'll give it to Canty. I've heard you be critical of the Eagles. You've changed your tune a little bit. What do you think about what he has to say about Jalen Hurts?
You know, Shay, I'm old enough to remember being on the first take set with the one and only Chris Canty.
Is this how people talk about sports? I don't like her energy.
A major disagreement about the talent of one Jalen Hurts. I remember Chris Canty doing a top 10 list of the greatest quarterbacks the game has seen right now. And he's like, I don't have Jalen Hurts in the top 10, not me. And I said, now wait 1 minute.
Yeah, is she talking about 5 years ago? Sorry, I might be biased because her tone is driving me fucking nuts, but it's like, to be fair, Jalen Hurts didn't have a stellar record going into the season. Like, I will say that going into professional football, like, if people, from what I've learned about Jalen Hurts, when the Eagles signed Jalen Hurts, it was somewhat fair for people to be like, what are you guys doing? But then Jalen Hurts proved himself. So, like, she being like, it's like, oh, you don't.
What is going on?
I swear, dude, like, people are getting worse at, people are going to get worse at arguing and shit. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's not even, this isn't even like kind of a, well, let me hear her out a little bit more. Maybe I'm being a dick. But like, this is shaping up to not even be like kind of a bad argument. It's just like a nonsensical argument.
I'm old enough to remember being on the first take set with the one and only Chris Canty. Having a major disagreement about the talent of one Jalen Hurts. I remember Chris Canty doing a top 10 list of the greatest quarterbacks the game has seen right now. And he's like, I don't have Jalen Hurts in the top 10, not me. And I said, now wait 1 minute. What is going on? I'm just glad that Chris Canty has come around to join the rest of us who saw it from day one.
The list is fluid, okay? Right? The list is fluid. It's fluid. The list is fluid.
What's the matter with you?
You're creating a very bad habit for your own peril.
Harold? Wow.
Yes.
That's
because
impressive.
what you do is you like to sit up there and talk about what other people said, like you was sitting here being all quiet. You've said things too. Don't get
Stephen A. Gay? What the hell is that? You sitting up there like, what the fuck was that, dude? Yeah, it is also, like, I'll say that, like, how long has Jalen Hurts been in the league? And by the way, this is one of my few preferred. If he's actually openly gay, then there's no, I'm not teasing no one about nothing, but like if he's also, you know what it is? It's like back to, oh wait, Grok. How many seasons has Jalen Hurts been in the NFL? No, it's more than 3. Oh, okay. Oh, so he's only been in the NFL since Jalen Hurts has been in the NFL for 6 seasons. His career began in 2020 with the Philadelphia Eagles, and he has played through the 2025 season as shown in the sports card. Yeah, it's like, dude, I don't know. Like 6 seasons isn't like enough to be like, and I'm saying this off of just logic and reason. You guys know I don't have a vast football knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I'm just going off logic and reason. It's like, I'm trying to think of a good analogy. It's like when people look at Tupac and Biggie and they call them the GOATs. And it's like you don't take into effect. It's like, I don't know about Biggie, but he was friends with Diddy. So he may have gotten into some bad shit. But Tupac would have died if Tupac lived his whole life out, he would have died a cornball. And that's a fact in my opinion. Tupac would have died a cornball. And so he like for his legacy, this is gonna sound fucked up, but for his legacy, honestly, died at the right time. Because if he went the full, we would have been like, man, that great rapper really sucked ass for them. Because he was, he was like a theater kid, and he was probably gonna do movies and do all this other shit. And like, my best guess is Tupac would have died of cornball. So, just because you have a good, and there's a lot of bands that come out hot for a couple albums and then they just pump out shit the rest of the time. We always talk about that with Weezer. Weezer's a great example of that. They come out the gate with 3, maybe 4 really good albums, and then just have been putting out okay music with the occasional hit here and there. And it's like, statistically, we all get hyped over the Sweater Song and stuff like that, but statistically, Weezer's a bad band. Statistically. So Jalen Hurts could shit, he could shit himself to death for every season after this. You know what I'm saying? But it's this idea that, like, it's like, and I see the thought process as a conspiracy guy, as a guy with a Timothy McVeigh book that's this thick talking about MK Ultra and shit like that. As a conspiracy guy, I'm very familiar with poor logic and very like bad thought processes, or however you want to say it. I'm very familiar with that. So like, if you're hitting me with, it's the same thing when they don't get, like, obviously they're new. Like, fuck, I forget how to spell his last name. How long has Nick Sirianni been a head coach? Yeah, okay. So he's been a head coach for 5 seasons. Wow. Props to Grok, by the way. Usually it gives me a whole long, stupid fucking explanation shit. But yeah, so Jalen Hurts, I know maybe not his first season. What are all these? What's GP? Yeah, so no, wait, let me see more. How many times has Jalen Hurts taken the Eagles to the playoffs? What the fuck? Jalen Hurts has led the 4 times. Okay, so, and honestly, too, like, this is his 6th. So we're in the middle of his 6th season. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, okay. So Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. Everyone loves to debate if they're like good or not. And they've both been in the league for like 5.5 years. Every season they've been in the league. Oh, it's games played. Gotcha. Okay, so every season, every season these two have been in the NFL, the Eagles have gone to the playoffs. You know what I mean? 2 of those seasons, not every season. 4 out of the 5, but still 4 out of the 5 seasons, these teams have been to the playoffs. And then 2 of those times, half of the time, Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni have gotten to the playoffs. Half of the time they've gotten to the playoffs, they've gone to the Super Bowl. And half of the times they've gone to the Super Bowl, they won the Super Bowl. And even the time they lost the Super Bowl, it was a competitive game. And it's like I'm not familiar with football. I'm sure there's been players there's been a player coach combo that's been having this start to their careers, professional careers. I don't know if it's a lot. I would guess it's not a lot. So it's like I guess what I'm trying to say is like I don't know enough about. I'm not going to be so confident to go like Jalen Hurts is the greatest quarterback ever. I don't know that to be true. I don't know enough to just say that confidently. But like, where's it? It's like, dude, when Jalen Hurts wins the fucking Super Bowl, and then the next year I see the NFL's Twitter account posting top 10 quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts isn't on that list, you're just like, well, that's like statistically impossible. Because you can't, like, from what I've learned about fucking football, you can't go to the Super Bowl and have a bad quarterback. Like you could have, like, it's not like, from what I've learned about like with basketball and shit, you could have one player be the fucking man and he can really carry a team. You know what I mean? Like you can have one player like a LeBron or a Steph Curry or a dude like that, a Jordan. You can have one, and then the rest of the teams, but even the rest of the team still needs to be good to support that dude. Pause. But like with football, if you got like quarterback's an intense position, and if you have a shitty quarterback, you can't. So it's like, bro, the idea that post winning the fucking Super Bowl, the league doesn't consider you one of the top 10 best quarterbacks. Like I'll even give it that like Josh Allen might be better than Jalen Hurts. You know what I mean? Like you put Josh Allen on the Eagles, maybe the Eagles win 2 Super Bowls in one season. But that's what I'm trying. You know, even when I'm trying to give them a little bit, because like Josh Allen wins the MVP, and you watch Josh Allen play, you're like, that's fair. You see Josh Allen on the first the opening game where they had that like insane comeback in the last. Like, dude, people are talking about Eagles are like 26-6, whatever, or 26-9, whatever that fucking was. They come back from that starting at the like beginning of the third quarter. The fucking first game of the season, the Bills come back within like the end of the fucking fourth quarter. It was amazing. It was amazing football to watch. But like even then, it's like, yeah, it's like, oh, how would have Josh Allen improved the Eagles last season? Oh, would they have won all of their games instead of just losing one? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. It's I wonder if it's now this is my conspiracy brain. I wonder if it's to like create people like me on the internet talking about this kind of shit, because it's mind-numbing how much disrespect Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni get. You know, no matter who you are, if you're a quarterback and, you know, 4 out of the 5 seasons you've played, you take your team to the playoffs. 2 out of those 5 seasons, you take them to the Super Bowl. 1 out of those 5 seasons, you take them to the playoffs. I mean, that's crazy. You know what I mean? You don't have to consider that dude greatest in the world, but they gotta be putting a little bit more respect on his name. I gotta be honest. What are you guys saying? I went to tech conference for a job in Boston. I got to see Weezer for the end of the conference celebration. The lead singer mispronounced the name of the corporation playing for it, and that alone ruled. That does rule. What are we talking about today? Well, we're starting off talking about the Eagles, and then we're starting off talking about the Eagles. Then I'm gonna watch that Jimmy Kimmel clip. And then I got some other things. Might talk Nick Fuentes. We'll see what kind of mood Slav's in, if he's gonna fucking spaz or not. But you are absolutely correct about Weezer. They hit hard, but only a low percentage of the time. No, I'll give I will give sorry, I'm reading comments and trying to respond to that last comment. I will give Weezer credit. There's songs that hit. This will be a funny one to ask Rock. This will be a fun one to ask Rock. Give me a list of all Weezer songs, best to worst. Why does he keep doing that? What the hell, Grok? That's not what I asked. No, but if we look up, let me pull it up on my phone actually. Let me look it up on my phone. Yeah, like well, I guess their Spotify ranking's not a good one. It's probably better to go to the like This Is thing on Spotify. But yeah, like Island in the Sun, it's like their corny pop era, but I'll even defend I'll defend the Green album. I'm a little biased cuz that was actually kind of my intro to Weezer. But I will defend the Green album. I think that's a good album. Yeah, Island in the Sun, Buddy Holly. Basically Green album, Blue album, Pinkerton. I'll defend anything on those albums. Yeah, but then you know what it is? Then they put out Make Believe and they put out Beverly Hills. And it's just like, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but when you're like the cool guy, hipster, indie rock band, and then you put out Beverly Hills, like, I'm sorry, I'm not just going to forget that, man. I'm not just going to forget that. You don't just get to do that and then you put out Pork and Beans later in your life. I'm truly not trying to be dramatic. Dude, and so you know what's hilarious? Because whenever you go to the This Is playlist, they usually order it by like most popular. They usually order it by like the most popular. And I wasn't even paying attention to this. I'm just on my own going, Weezer gets major credit for Green, Blue, and Pinkerton. And dude, scrolling through this, if you take out Beverly Hills and Pork and Beans, oh, and then there's Perfect Situation. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's literally it's all the albums I just said and then the occasional other songs sprinkled in. So even if you look at, yeah, it's crazy. It's all just damn. That's actually really satisfying seeing that. It's actually really satisfying. Because on there, it's mainly those 3 albums. Like if it looks like it's about 30 songs here. And I would guess that about 10 of them are not from Green, Blue, and Pinkerton. I never listened to it, but what is it? I think Maladroit's a good album. I never really listened to it, but I've never heard bad things about it. But they don't really have like long-term hits from Maladroit. But yeah, then it's just because even Ratitude's got that. I think it's got that one song. Yeah. I don't know. Rivers Cuomo. Yeah, Hurley had a couple good songs. Yeah, and then they have their like Teal album where they do a bunch of covers. I never listened to this. Pat was telling me about it, where it's just like, what if those upbeat songs were slow and emotionless? You know, like a Weezer song. Oh, they've got a Van Halen album. Yeah, there's just yeah. I don't know how to put it in words exactly. But yeah, Weezer definitely, their whole thing is, I don't know. They don't get to be considered fucking top 5. Yeah, I'm done with that video. Let's see what I'll read your comments, then we'll see what pussy ass Jimmy Kimmel's up to. Sorry, I'm being nasty. I'm trying to be better. If I'm gonna be this, damn, it's dark out. Doesn't it? It looks like, dude, it's literally fucking 10:30 in the morning my time, and it looks like I'm streaming in the early evening. It's fucking cloudy out. God, is it raining? I wonder if it's raining. It's dark outside. Because I got a ring light. It's nothing like, the ring light's nothing stupendous. I got it from fucking, I think I got it from Target or something. So it comes in handy. I don't know. I'm here to be like, you guys come for the commentary. You don't give a fuck about how pretty I look. That's at least what I tell myself, so I can be low effort. Can you guys do me a huge favor? Can you do me a huge favor? I posted an Instagram reel for this band La Dispute, and I don't know if it's gonna get. I'm so proud of it, but I don't know if enough people know it that it's gonna get the appreciation it needs. Wait a second. Here we go. Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, I'm very curious with Jimmy because I've talked about it before. And Dave Smith had a really interesting episode where he was saying like Jimmy Kimmel's sort of like an arm of the state. You know, he stopped being a comedian a while ago. He's an arm of the state. Two things on that. I don't know if I 100% agree with him, but there is a huge thing to that where it is like, because I guess the logic he was laying down, it's like he's not wrong, but there's like part of it where I go, I'd have to think about it more, but there's part of it where I go like, this does feel like this type of, it's like you're not wrong, and you could make that argument strongly about Jimmy Kimmel, where it's like the way he, you know, he's just become a tool for, you know, DNC propaganda. So it's like you kind of give up your rights to be treated like a comedian. Now, like framing it that way creates this like slippery slope where it's like, okay, who determines this about who? So for me, I'm comfortable with just being like, I'll still consider Jimmy Kimmel as a comedian, but he's also acted, well, I guess this kind of goes to what Dave says. I'm just trying to like work through it in real time. But like Jimmy Kimmel has decided to be disingenuous and unfair and a little shithead enough times that it's like when, you know, when they do stuff where they go, because of a joke he made, he gets suspended and blah, 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 and this and that. I will say, yeah, you shouldn't do that. But then here's the big but, and I'm good for a big but, guys. You know that about me. I love a big but. My big but is like, yeah, no, that shouldn't have happened to Jimmy Kimmel. Am I going to spend a lot of time giving a shit? No, and I didn't. So that's kind of like where I'm at. Because that is the thing, though. It's like, I'll still consider him a comedian, but if you're gonna spend that much time on being a mouthpiece of government propaganda, what do I like? How much of a shit am I gonna give? You know what I mean? It's the same, yeah. So, but I don't know. I'm also not of the belief of like, you guys go low, we go lower. You know what I mean? But go listen to that episode. Dave was making some really interesting points. I could see myself agreeing with him with zero caveats in the near future, but I don't know. I got to think about it more. I think but that's why I like his podcast, because he really makes you think about shit, you know? Really makes you think. So I appreciated that episode a lot. I just I'm not sure. Maybe I got to dig into the theory a little bit more, because Dave's definitely deeper into that. You know, I always like take him as, you know, because he's an honest actor. I always give him the benefit of the doubt, and he knows more about that shit than I do. So it's more likely he's right. So yeah, I don't know. I'm talking in circles, but either way, yeah, it's even if I disagree with Dave, I still find myself not having the energy to give a shit. Jimmy, he had Knock Loose on his show. I see music in the tags, but I don't know if I could trust it. Are there music in the tags? We'll take that out. Also, get out of here with your emojis. There's music in the tags, but I don't know. There's music in the tags, but I don't know if I can trust it. You know what you can trust? Get a good ass stream. You know what here's what you guys can trust from me. That I'm gonna make you fucking do a little bit more than you were gonna do today. Cause here's your problem, most dope. This is why you're making comments like this, brother. And I'm being tongue in cheek. I'm not actually serious right now. But like, here's why you're making comments like this. No. Put the hearts away. Put the hearts away. You made the post like you know anything, brother. And I'm gonna let you know what you don't know. But here's your problem. You come into these streams going, give me exactly what I want. Nothing. No, I'm good. No, I'm giving you what you need. I'm not the hero this city wants. I'm the hero this city deserves. Andy Malafrina, and Batman. So you need to understand that. You need to understand that, most dope. When you see the stream pop off, when you see the stream go, just know whatever I'm talking about, that's what you got to listen to, sir. So watch yourself with these emojis. What? I saw you guys talk. I've been tempted to ask what they're building. Who's building? People are at my house, but they're just we hired some people to change out the filters, but I feel like that's not in reference to me. What are you guys asking about? Andy, there are no more heroes. No more heroes that we were familiar with. I'm your only hero. Look to me. I will let you know. You all need bracelets that say WWAD. What would Andy do? Or you can get a WWBRD. What would Big Red do? We will be selling those. What were you guys saying before? Wow, Steven did actually play tree hockey at Winston-Salem. Oh, Jesus. Wait, what? What is this? What are you guys talking about? Oh, Dunbar was saying there's people building shit outside his house. And then Slav, I've heard about this. In Italy, they have a term, umaro, where men of retirement age spend their time watching construction sites, especially roadworks, stereotypically with hands clasped behind their back and offering unwanted advice to the workers. That sounds beautiful. Nice to meet you, Andy. I'm Joel. Hi, Joel. How you doing, brother? Thank you for hopping in. This is Big Red in the Morning. We stream on here almost every day of the week. There's construction going on, formerly empty lot by my apartment. I can see it from my office window. Nice. The show Heroes ended years ago. There are no more. There are no more heroes, but there could always be more gyros. Oh, but yeah, guys, please go to my Instagram and like this reel I just posted. I feel like not enough people will appreciate this post, but I am gonna push hard because it just makes me laugh. Like, if you guys know the band La Dispute, you'll get why the post is so hilarious. But if you don't know La Dispute, you won't understand it. You won't understand what's going on. You won't. Oh, shit. All right, sorry about that. I was messaging I was messaging this one comic that posts these Instagram videos. They're very funny. Wait, let me find the original tweet I sent her. Jessica Misitano. I forgot how to say her last name. But no, she posts these videos with her and if you guys remember Heath from Kill Tony? These are so funny, dude. These make me laugh so much. But yeah, it's I've always wanted a daughter. After 11 years, I finally got one, and so it's like, because it is fun. Those are two comics in Austin, and this account Alpha Fox that just posts like news and it's one of those faceless political accounts that just post news all the time. She had to smack him to make him smile. Straight-eyed face, and I'm like, oh no, they think it's serious. Or maybe they don't, and they're just like, we post shit all day. Why pretend to fucking. This one's the one that made me laugh the most. Whoever Tara Frisk is, it gets worse. Satire or not, who kisses their kid like that? It's like, that's a grown adult. It's really good to hear your voice. Yeah, just forced to be your mother. It makes me laugh. Quality content, Jessica Misitano. But yeah, I messaged her. I was messaging her being like, people, this is hilarious. People are taking your shit too seriously. And she was like, I'm banned on X. I can't see this. Anyway, enough of that. Heroes was one of the best shows ever until the writer's strike fucked it up. Pre-Marvel Universe gayness. I never watched Heroes. I never watched. That's when I was in my fucking superhero shit's gay. So ironic. I was at the Creek last night and I was spending a huge amount of time talking with my bro Pat. New Pat, not no mo Pat, new Pat. I was spending a very long amount of time talking about how fucking sick Superman is. Oh yeah, I was about to. I'm turning over a new leaf. By the way, I'm turning over a new leaf. The fucking cat turd guy. I'm trying to be better. Well, because it is funny. Like I get really annoyed with. I get really annoyed with like trolls on the internet. Not even trolls, just like dumb comments. And then the second I get like mad about something, I, in like a troll fashion, do this exact same type of dumb comment. And I'm just like, I always have to remind myself, I go, I was like, you're the problem. You're the problem. But yeah, this dude, where the fuck was it? It's just, you know what it is? It's just like with any of these people, like this cat turd guy, if I could just, where is it? If I could just have definitive proof, it's these people that you're like, I know you're, it's these people that's like, I know you're miserable. I just need a little bit of something to know, just to confirm. I don't want your life to be like that, but I don't know. Maybe that, you know what? That honestly comes off as nasty. But that's kind of this is what I'm trying to be better from. Is because that like goes through my head because I see these people and it's like it's kind of what I was talking about yesterday. It's like where my brain goes to where I'm like, you can't have cunty uninformed takes and be happy. Though you're not allowed to, there's no cosmic justice in that. You're not allowed to have both. You can have your cunty takes and be wrong, but I need to know you're miserable. These are the things that go through my head, and it's why I get obsessive over it, and I need to just move on to my own. God damn it, this guy tweets a lot. But yeah, he just had a really dumb tweet about, dude, it's so fun. All he does is retweet Jack Posobiec or whatever the fuck his name is, and then the New York Post. Yeah, it's so interesting. It's so interesting to post unnuanced, unthought out opinions all day. Anyway, he had a stupid take on Superman, and I was about to retweet it and go, wee you, dumb fucking loser alert, wee you, or something like that. Because it is funny to me. But then I go, I don't know. You know what it is? I always worry that people are going to get the wrong idea when I do stuff like that. So that's why I like avoid posting stuff like that sometimes. But yeah, it just gets me so angry. Anyway, enough of this shit. I don't know why I'm talking about this shit. Jimmy Kimmel. Let's look at the Kim dog. Nope. Wish I didn't say that. But yeah, here we go. Jimmy Kimmel comes back last night. Hilarious, by the way. 10 million. Honestly, not that he wouldn't get these views, but I wonder how much of this is boosted. Like, obviously, he would have gotten. Obviously, like, this would have gotten fucking views. I'm not trying to take that away from him. You know what I'm saying? But I'm wondering, like, it's just funny where, like, 11 hours, this gets 10 million, and then 9 hours, the music performance only gets 86,000, and this interview gets 220. You know what I mean? Like I was talking about, like, I'm not saying it's definitely boosted, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like, perfect example, I was talking about before, but like Candace Owens. You know, she was averaging like a million per video. She was averaging like 1.5 million per video. Charlie Kirk, and now ever since then, you know what I'm saying? It's like there's a logical runoff. So she does the Charlie Kirk episode. She's averaging about 1 million, 1.5 million an episode. She does the Charlie Kirk episode, 6.5 million. The next one where she's kind of being like, what the hell's going on with him? 8 million. And now she's going through the conspiracies. Those have like 4 or 5 million. And then now we're moving to still Charlie Kirk stuff, but it's dying down. But it's like her numbers are still at 2 million. It's kind of interesting. We'll go back over here. It's kind of interesting when Jimmy Kimmel comes back, 10 million. And you know what? I'll even give it to him. Let's say all of these views are organic. Let's say all of these views are organic. It's still indicative of how people feel about Jimmy Kimmel, where it's like they're like the next couple videos aren't even getting any runoff that's out of the norm. It's weird. That's interesting to me. I got to be honest. Anyway, you guys talking about? Are you guys being creeps in there? Anyway, let's watch this Jimmy Kimmel thing.
We're in for a monologue that will be a marker in late night show.
Oh my God. This is going to be brutal. I feel it. This is going to be brutal. Because like, and a lot of people were doing this, and I was very proud of them. A lot of people were doing this where it's like, just to be clear, Jimmy, I had Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel in my head. That's why my name went Cam. It's like, just to be clear, Jimmy Kimmel fucking sucks ass. That we can all be sure about. Jimmy Kimmel sucks ass. But because, and dude, I gotta be honest, there's so many other shows this would happen to that wouldn't make the news. But it is to me, it is very clearly that this, it's again, it's a lot of the shit that the left does. They're still doing it with Trump. It's a lot of the shit that the left does where it's like, you know, like, oh, one of the best arguments to vote for Kamala or Joe Biden. A lot of people voted for them. A lot of people who voted for them because fuck Donald Trump, you know? And it's like something like this it's not specifically fuck Donald Trump, but the rallying around Jimmy Kimmel is more like, oh, we could use this to take down Donald Trump. Not that it's not wrong what they did. Not that they shouldn't have done it. I mean, like, God, like a lot of the libertarians I follow were saying, and I agree with them. It's like, I don't even think the FCC should exist. You know what I mean? So like, there's that. But then also at the same time, it's like, if this if this didn't come off as a clear, because I didn't see one person supporting Jimmy Kimmel who was like, he has a good show. You know, and I saw that Brian Grimm dude from Breaking Points. He was getting passionate about it. And then I heard him on Breaking Points and he's like, yeah, no, Jimmy Kimmel's really bad. But it's like, what activated people is you could see this would be this could potentially be a huge dub or a huge knock against the right wing. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's honestly a very revealing thing too, where it's like, yeah, but, I heard a lot of people saying he was suspended for a joke, but it was for a misleading statement about the shooter being MAGA, right? That's what I heard. Yeah. I mean, I watched a bunch of people posted the clip. I watched the clip. He said the shooter was MAGA, but also too, like, I don't know. Have they technically proven the shooter was left wing? I mean, having a trans girlfriend is a pretty big indicator, but like, I don't know the way he handled the gun. I mean, there's right-wing people, there's right-wing gun influencers who are like, the best Navy SEAL couldn't fucking take this gun apart and do all this quickly. So, like, I don't know. Was the FBI agent controlling him left-wing, maybe? No, I'm being funny. But yeah, I think, and this was my conspiracy from the get-go. And once again, like the talking about Israel shit, I don't have any proof, but brother, it's worth talking about. And but my thing with the FCC is, well, I guess the FCC put pressure on him, and now the fact that he's back probably hurts my theory, but I do think there is something going on where these companies do. I should acknowledge that. Yeah, because I thought Jimmy Kimmel was going to get the fuck out of here, but that could have been their plan. This could be me coping, but that could have been their plan from the get-go. Let's get Jimmy Kimmel the fuck out of here. But then they see the response and they're like, oh no, he could actually be useful again. Let's get him back in the mix. I don't know how likely that is. That was just the thing I was kind of like tossing around in my head. But yeah, from what I've gathered, Jimmy Kimmel gets fired or Jimmy Kimmel gets suspended. Actually, let me see if we get an article about it. Why did Jimmy Kimmel get suspended? Because we could probably find an article that's a little bit more specific. Because I see your comment here. I hate to be the libtard. Don't worry. We always need libtards. We need libtards and we need gay-ass conservatives. You need that balance. Hey, what's up, brother? Good morning. Good morning. What were you saying? I hate to be the libtard of the chat, but the story to me is the FCC pressuring ABC and asking for payments to Turning Point. That is way worser than Kimmel's shit comedy. Yeah, no, it's really, honestly, this whole situation's really embarrassing for the right wing, because the way that they're like acting appalled. It's like, you guys understand, they were talking like the shit don't stink for the longest time, and now they're going like, look at us, we can be just as gay as the woke people were. That's where I gotta give Dave props. Like, calling these people out, calling them the woke right is 100% accurate. Because I was seeing, dude, this was so, all right, heavy. We got a lot to talk about with Jimmy Kimmel. If you guys are looking for someone to get in, I will say this. Every time we watch a thing and I bitch and I go, will this guy get to the fucking point? I take that all back. This is not a podcast to get to the point. This is a podcast to solve problems. What's that dickhead? Okay. Let me find this dude's tweet. Because, yeah, this is the other part, too. I was talking about it with Gavin McInnes. Where it's like, yeah, dude, you guys can be in the mud looking for blood. But, like, we don't we're not going to look at you as what am I trying to say? We're not going to look at you as impressive in any way, or the adults in the room. You've like all these people who are on the Jimmy Kimmel tip, they've decided, yeah, it's like shit like this. They can lie, they can smear, they will refuse to apologize, they will shoot up your workplace, and how dare the FCC question them? Yeah, it's like right wingers, the government's going to abuse you all through COVID. But now when it's like your turn, you're like, we desperately need the government to abuse our enemies. And I'm like, if that's what you want, what is this? Oh, it's about the Charlie Kirk. Okay, they're talking about the content. Yeah, like this dude, he definitely fake cried, but no, there was no apology. He pretended everyone misheard him and he could understand why they would. He told everyone else that they were wrong. Yeah, it's crazy how good Jimmy Kimmel is at fake crying. Fuck. It's always I gotta save these tweets because it's these people fucking tweet so much. But yeah, going back to your earlier comment, I like it was like shocking to me because I was like, the tweet actually the joke was actually a decent joke. It was weird. Like from what I was like, did I miss something? Did I miss something? Because like maybe we could go through this. I don't like being lumped in with Tim Pool as a right winger. Well, Slav, no one thinks you're a right winger like Tim Pool. Calm down. You're a right winger with 2 G's and an ER. I don't know what that means. I'm just trying to find. No, because it's like this Oren guy. This Oren guy tweets all the time, like being condescending to. He tweet like the part that irks me is this dude tweets constantly about libertarians being like losers and blah 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 and like having no power, and it's like, hey man, oh my god, like yeah, like shit like the oh wait, that's Michael Malice. How to make a libertarian? It's so funny. Sorry, I'm getting nervous at that. I'm sitting here being like, was I just a hypocritical because the guy? Am I being a hypocrite because the guy Michael Malice I like posted something? I think that I'll be honest, that was a polite laugh. I love Malice. Malice is the man. I don't know. He doesn't need to do jokes all the time. Yeah. Fuck. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really trying to find because it was like some shit. They kill. It was some shit. It was some shit similar to what like Tim Pool said, where it's like you do this, they kill us, they do this, they do that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. He said he made an inaccurate statement in a joke. It's like the same shit with like fucking Alex Jones. Like, it's like Alex Jones, like, yeah, dude said kids died at Sandy Hook, and then he eventually apologized because he was after a couple months, he was like, I realized, he's like, then he eventually apologized. He's like, I realized I was wrong about Sandy Hook. And so, but then Alex Jones still gets $1 billion. And it's like, sorry, my dick's in here right now. You know what I mean? And then it's like, okay, so Alex Jones has to pay the families of Sandy Hook and a random FBI agent billions of dollars because he was wrong for a couple months. And it's like, okay, Jimmy Kimmel makes an inaccurate statement. And now everyone's acting like he held the gun. Yeah, this shit's fun to me. It's, you know what it is? It's just the constant shitting on libertarians when it's libertarians are like people like this dude, Orrin McIntyre, and he's a smart guy. He has a lot of good things to say. It's just whenever he starts shitting on libertarians, it's incredibly brain dead. It's incredibly brain dead because he does the thing. Okay, this might be it. Yeah, I think this might be the tweet. This might be the tweet where it's like he does this thing where it's like libertarians are losers. Love you, Andy. I'm hopping over to Zach's Morning Zoo. Thanks for reading and responding. P.S. Go like the law dispute reel. Yes. Go like my law dispute reel. Please. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure you subscribe. I do these every day. Oh, by the way, speaking of subscriptions, thank you so much yesterday. That was so nice of everyone. It was so nice of everyone. I think I got because I think I started the day off with 385 and we're at 419. So that was kind of crazy. Yeah, if anyone's new, if anyone's in the chat that hasn't been here before, I stream every day, or not in the chat, but just watching the video. I stream here every day. Wait, what's the count? Have I been saying Frieza? I haven't been saying Frieza. I definitely don't say Frieza when I'm on YouTube. I went and subbed from my 6 accounts. You finally passed me in subs. Hell yeah, brother. Oh shit. You did the 6. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Oh, but yeah, I'm trying to hit 500 sooner than later. So if you guys could follow, that would be I'd really appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, no, it's just, you know what it is for me? A lot of people who criticize libertarians in the way he does, it's a very it's a real they try to have their cake and eat it too. So it's he often criticizes losers. Don't forget us when you're famous. I hope I don't get famous. I just want to be able to pay my bills and do the things I want to do. I pray to God I don't get famous. Well, maybe in do I have a cut on my head? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Do I have a cut on my head? Let me scratch it aggressively. What is that? Oh, I just have hair growing in a weird spot on my head. Oh, I hate that. But oh yeah, dudes like Orrin, they drive me fucking nuts. Cause people do this thing. People do this thing where it's they love to be, what am I trying to say? People have to do this thing where they go and he does it all the time. He goes, this is why libertarians never win. This is why they have no influence. This is why no one likes you. This is why no one pays attention to you. So they do that. They establish, which there's some truth to it. There's some truth to it. But here's the problem. Being right about everything is going to make you unpopular, especially in the world we live in. And I'm not even trying to say that to be shitty or talk shit. Libertarians, Austrian economist, free market capitalist, ANCAP libertarians like a Dave Smith or, dudes like that. They're kind of, for the most part, when it comes to libertarian theory from a legal standpoint, I don't always agree with them on maybe every social issue or whatever the fuck, but generally speaking, they're right about everything. Libertarians have the proper understanding of life and reality and rights and property rights and shit like that. But if you look at the current paradigm where you have right-wingers who are just looking for blood at any chance they get, and who go, it's our turn to be the fucking gay losers in the room. We're going to take that opportunity. You think someone preaching free market politics and, You think someone preaching free market politics and private property and shit like that, you think that's going to be very popular? So yeah, I will acknowledge, like, Dave always says it, where he's like, I'm teaching right wingers to be a little bit more libertarian and libertarian to be a little bit more right wing, which I get why, because it's like you talk like libertarians, their superpower is being right about everything. Their kryptonite is just coming off as the weirdest, most unapproachable people in the fucking world. So I get that, but this dude Oren and guys like him, the reason they drive me, so it's like the reason they drive me nuts. Well, first off, they say the initial thing, and I'm sitting here like, I know. Can we move past that? But like, libertarians concern themselves with being right about shit. And yes. You beat me to it. I'm very long-winded. You fucking beat me to it. That's what they fucking do. Libertarians have no power and they're losers and no one likes them. But every time something bad goes happen. All right. This is my long con to make you guys take me seriously. Whenever things bad goes happen. But yeah, whenever anything bad happens, rather than right-wingers going like, maybe we suck ass, they go, no, we can't suck ass. It has to be the libertarians. And that's why, for as much fucking smart shit as this guy says, for as much good shit as he says, I can't take him seriously when he talks about libertarians, because it's clearly like, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he met a hot libertarian girl who sucked the shit out of his dick and then fucking texted a picture of that and everyone found out he had like a weird shaped dick or something like that. I don't fucking know. But it's like, shut the fuck up about the libertarian shit. You don't know what you're talking about, man. Move on to something else that you like. Move on to like, and then it's like, it's this thing about being super cocky towards libertarians. You guys fucking suck. You guys don't have any power. We have all the power. And it's like, well, look what you did with it. You go, oh, now conservatives and Republicans have all the power. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to send all the money to Israel, and we're going to actually be 10 times gayer than the left ever was. So, like, what are we bragging about, man? That's the shit that drives me up a fucking wall. It's like a morbidly obese guy. It's like Republicans are like morbidly obese dudes going like, you're really going to have a large fry. It's like, you're going to die by the end of the meal. Shut the fuck up. I don't think Oren is even that smart. He doesn't even understand the NRX philosophers he tries to teach others about. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't listened to, I used to listen to his podcast somewhat regularly. I thought he was like interesting to listen to and interesting to talk to, but he's one of those guys that like, you know, he's smart enough, but then when like with the topic of libertarian shit, when that comes up, he's going like, oh, I will be a bitchy girl about this. And I can't take those guys seriously. That when a certain topic comes up, they go, I'm going to be a little bitchy girl about this. And it's like, I'm going to be thoughtful about this stuff, but this stuff I'm going to be a bitchy girl about. And it's like, I don't have time for that, but I'm not familiar with this. So I'll take your word on that. The NRX philosophers he tries to teach others about. Yeah, I don't. Well, that's the other thing too. It's the other thing that's so exhausting with a lot of these right wingers is they get to like participate in these hypothetical areas. And they get to be like, this is why my hypothetical's right. You know what I mean? And, you know, it's the same thing with, who's the other guy? Terrence Yarvin. Terrence Yarvin? No, I forget I'm not trying to be a dick. I genuinely forget his first name. The Yarvin guy. You know, he's another one. It's like, they get all these accolades because fucking people fuck with them. But then it's like, well, what do you have to fucking show for it? It's like, well, you know, the JD Vance pays attention to my shit. And it's like, yeah. And then Republicans get into office and it's just still more money to Israel and all this other fucking shit. So it's like, you guys, you know, it's like they it's like if they were it's like if they were running a NASCAR race, and it's like, yeah, you might have won the race, but turn around, there's like a fucking 50 car pileup that you caused. So like I don't know what the Curtis Yarvin, that's right. Starvin Marvin. Yes, yes, Dunbar. Starvin Marvin. I used to be the academic agents neo-reactionary circles from like 2017 2020ish till I snapped out of the power obsessive psychosis. What is that? That was so many words. I've heard neo-reactionary circle. What's academic agents? Yeah, I don't know. You know what it is? I think what you're getting at is like, I don't know what academic agents is, and I've heard neo-reactionary, and at the risk of sounding dumb, I don't fully know what that even means. And I'm not shitting on you. I'm the dumb one here. But I guess like I'm assuming if we're talking about Orrin McIntyre and Curtis Yarvin and those type of right wingers, they all make me think of dudes who should really just go play D&D. And I'm not trying to be funny or sassy. Like I genuinely mean that. They seem like dudes who legit just need to like go pick up Elden Ring. Like legitimately. Go buy Elden Ring, go play Magic the Gathering, go play Warhammer. Cause like I don't need you guys, I don't need you guys who affect political discourse this much, who it's just like a game to you guys. It's just a game of moving figures around the board and having all this other shit. Like I don't need that. It's not very productive whatsoever with any of this shit. Sorry. I'm trying to see if my stream, what the fuck? I don't know how this shit works. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. The website, Restream, the website I'm using from, it's supposed to be going out. It's supposed to be sending it out to my Twitch, but I don't know if it's actually sending it out to my Twitter. No, none of those. My TikTok. TikTok.com/Andy Malafarina. Let's see if my TikTok's live. I like going on TikTok. I know it's for girls, but I like going on TikTok. No, the TikTok's not actually live. So what the fuck's going on? What are we doing, TikTok? Oh, it is live. Okay, so it is live. Okay, so it's going out to TikTok. I wonder if anyone gave me any money today. So it is going out to TikTok. Okay, cool. And no one's watching it. All right, cool. So it is going out to my TikTok. Sick. Sorry about the typo. No apologies on the typo. Sorry, I'm talking like a big dumb idiot. Academic agent is an ex-liberal libertarian Austrian who became a postmodernist for traditionalism and social conservatism. There is no truth but power, right wing this time. Oh. Yeah, and it's like, dude, doesn't that just sound like a guy who it's like, dude, go play World of Warcraft? Like I'm being genuine and dead serious. I'm not trying to, because I give people shit. I'm gonna look this guy up, by the way, because I need to. A thing I'm bad at is digging into like other people's philosophy and kind of like, because it's good, especially too if it has a lot of power. Because like that shit, what's it? Academic agent. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna check this guy out because I find that stuff very interesting. Let me hit the subscribe button on my one YouTube account. I appreciate you hopping in. Are you the dude from Twitter who's like also Austrian, like a libertarian who likes good music? Because I recognize your. Are you the dude I randomly met on Twitter because you had like a cool band shirt? I like your fucking if you're the same guy, I like your taste in music. His critiques of libertarianism series is embarrassingly bad for a guy who's been to Mises Institute before. Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, whoever you're new to the chat, man. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, so again, as a man who, I'll get to the point. Everyone complains that I'm yapping and I'm going all over, but I get to the point. You just got to be able to you just got to be willing to hang out with me for a while. These people just need to go and play Sid Meier's Civ for the rest of their lives. Yeah, you are yeah. No, I was so dude, legitimately, all 8 people who like libertarian shit and the music I like, hardcore, like you were saying, hardcore and emo and shit, I follow them immediately because I'm like, there's probably like 7 of us. Oh, you ship books for Mises. Let's go, brother. That's awesome. Well, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, Orrin McIntyre. So going back to originally what I was saying. Oh yeah, because that's what I was also saying is like everyone goes like, oh, he gets distracted and goes off to places. I go, I get right back to it. I'm not like a fucking TikTok. I'm not one of these fucking. I'm a marathon man, baby. Big Red's a marathon man. But yeah, so it's just like he spends all of his time going on about how libertarians are like pussies and stupid and ineffective, but also the complete problem. And then it's like, yeah, Disney announces Jimmy Kimmel Live will return on Tuesday. Last Wednesday, we made the decision to suspend production on the show to avoid further inflaming a tense situation at an emotional moment for our country. It is a decision we made because we felt some of the comments were ill-timed and thus insensitive. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday. And right back is a stretch, and he'll get to the point, but fair enough. And also, I don't really stretch my back at all, so I don't know why you're saying that. I don't know why I said that. I mean, but yeah, and then he sees this, he goes, this is actually why having the fucking tabs on my screen open aren't good, because it reminds me where I'm going with things. But all hands on deck Patriots, which, wait, really? Orrin is an H-1B hire dissident podcaster. He got here on H-1B. That's funny. Interesting. I got to look into that stuff. I don't know what the fucking... Because I got to be honest. I'm not hating on... Like, I don't hate on fucking Mexicans and shit like that. And, there's like a lot of Asian communities that come to these countries and they do shitty jobs and they work really hard and stuff. It's this thing when they get like Indian dudes to come in and do, and I'm not like mad at Indians. I'm just saying like they get a lot of Indian dudes to come in and do these like IT jobs for like super cheap. That shit kind of sucks ass, but I haven't looked into it enough to have a thought out opinion. I'm just here to shit on Indians. But yeah, man, like, and I'm like being straight up. You start a post off with all hands on deck Patriots. Like, I don't have to take you seriously that much anymore, man. You're showing me that you're well, maybe I could probably pull that back a little bit but I'm a comedian. I'm a comedian who also thinks he's right about everything. That's where I'm coming from. I'm a comedian who thinks he's right about everything. You're a guy who goes, I'm a serious political thinker. Orrin, you glad I didn't say Dunbar. That's actually a joke. He's just visibly Indian, but is right on the edge of being a white ethno-national. Oh, really? I didn't even think about that. That's funny. What is this? I'm cool with illegal immigrants now. I got promoted to supervisor at my new job already because no one else speaks English. That's really funny. But yeah, like off the jump, maybe I'm being a little over the top, but if you start sentences off with all hands on deck Patriots, like I don't have to take you that seriously. ABC is returning Jimmy Kimmel to air after its affiliate was threatened with terrorist attacks. ABC wants America to know that terrorism will be rewarded. This cannot stand. Phone call, email. Oh yeah, there was like some, and yeah. And it's just like all this. It's like, yeah, brother, you're a dork. You're a dork. And it's like you don't get to shit on libertarians like that, because any caricature of a libertarian, you've immediately outdorked them. You've lapped them on your dorkiness. You've lapped them 1,000 times over on your fucking dorkiness. So I don't give a shit, you know? So if that's how you're talking, that's how you're tweeting, get fucked, dude. Like, that's the part that drives me fucking crazy with these guys. They'll spend all their day being like, libertarians suck ass, they're the gayest fucks in the world. Except for me. Yeah. The Patriot talk is just automatically filed into the corny folder in my brain. Mine as well, brother. But let's just double check what Jimmy Kimmel did so we can go into this long ass video with the proper context. But yeah, Jimmy Kimmel returned to his late night show on Tuesday, just under a week after ABC pulled the host off air indefinitely in the wake of criticism over his comments related to the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk earlier this month. Kimmel was emotional, blah blah blah. Here we go. Jimmy's comments that led his suspension did not extensively focus on Kirk. He was a close ally of President Donald Trump. But he took aim at Trump and what Kimmel called his MAGA game of supporters for the response to the September 10th killing. On Tuesday night, Kimmel did not apologize for wait. Here we go. On the day of Kirk's killing, Kimmel took to social media to note that it was a horrible and monstrous to shoot another human, and said he was sending support to the Kirk family and other victims of gun violence during his show the following night. He also called Kirk's death a senseless murder, and he condemned those who appeared to celebrate it, as well as Trump, for trying to cast blame on the radical left. He elaborated on the aftermath of Kirk's death the following week, targeting the response from both Trump and president supporters, which the fucking clip he showed of Trump was crazy. He's being like, Trump, how do you feel about Charlie Kirk? He's like, so there's this new ballroom. It was a crazy response. Whom accused of working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk. The comic focused particularly on the man accused of killing Tyler Robinson. The MAGA game is desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. And like, dude, like, I gotta be honest. He's not like, that is inaccurate, and it's not a fair thing to say, but also I've been seeing everyone out now, obviously finding out Tyler Robinson had a trans girlfriend. That's all jokes aside, that's a strong indicator that he's left wing. Strong indicator he's left wing, but you know, there's trans people, there's people like Blair White and Jeffree Star who are right wing. So it's not out of the possibility he could still be right wing. But like, so it's very likely he's left wing, but I mean, instantaneously people were going, this is because of trans people and shit like that. And it's like, okay, you guys were doing the same fucking thing he did. That's like so it's like this pearl clutching and acting like you're better than anyone else. You're not. You guys all did the exact same fucking thing he did. All of you guys, exact same fucking thing. Jimmy Kimmel said in his September 15 monologue, in between the finger pointing, there was grieving. Kimmel said Trump's response is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. He also said FBI Chief Kash Patel has handled the investigation into the killing like a kid who didn't read the book, BSing his way through an oral report. On September 16th, Kimmel mocked Vice President J.D. Vance's performance as guest host of Kirk's podcast. Yeah, it's like, and I think this feels like an accurate representation, and it makes you guys look like authoritarian babies. I'm not right wing. I'm a right winger. It's very jarring to me as a MySpace kid that Jeffree Star is right wing. Yeah, I was watching some clip the other day of Jeffree Star and Piers Morgan. I go, what? When did this happen? Okay, so I just wanted to go over it because it's like every fucking time I see people talk about it, they're talking about like what he said, like he went on air and was just like, Charlie Kirk died, that fucking rules. Like they act like that's what he went on air to say. And I'm like, brother, I don't think that fucking happened. I don't think you're on base about this shit at all. And that's like the weird part to me. Let me real quick go top off my water bottle. I'm just gonna leave it here. I'll be back in 5 seconds. Actually, you know what? I won't because I have to piss. So I'll be like a teacher that's hungover. Here we go. Here's a quick. Here, go watch the.
Good morning and welcome to Break.
Go watch the pretty ladies from Break. That comes off bad. I didn't mean it that way. It's just they're very attractive, and I'm a pig. Anyway, Breaking Points.
Breaking Points. Crystal, thanks for stepping in Ryan's stead today.
My pleasure. We're mixing it up this week. Tomorrow will be me and Ryan with the commie takeover, so everybody get excited for that.
I love that we're calling it the commie takeover. It's how I have always identified it in my head, but now that it's official.
We're just making it public now, yes.
I love it. All right, so if you want to get the whole gang's Friday show experience, make sure you're subscribed over at breakingpoints.com because that's where, soccer pops in sometimes too. We've got Griffin most Fridays, Crystal, so we're having lots of fun. You get the second half of that show in addition to early. And actually, you just get the second half of the show. Nobody else gets to see it unless you're a premium subscriber. That's right. So make sure to subscribe over there in addition to getting the show early every single day in your inbox over on breakingpoints.com. Big news week, Crystal. Obviously, the UN General Assembly is going down, and Donald Trump had a hell of a speech yesterday, Trumpian in all of the most predictable ways, and yet still managed to surprise me. I don't know about you, Crystal. that was something else.
I don't know what surprises me anymore, but yeah, it was, there was an escalator scandal that we'll get to the bottom of as well. There was a teleprompter scandal that we can dig into. So a lot of moving pieces there, let's say.
Wow.
Or not moving.
What a pun. I thought you did that on purpose. That was amazing. Okay. Well, Crystal, maybe you should be writing jokes for Kimmel. I think that might be better if you're writing jokes for Kimmel.
Writing dad jokes for Ryan maybe is more like it.
See, Ryan doesn't need a writer. They're all right off the dome. It's incredible what he's capable of. Jimmy Kimmel returned to the airwaves last night, although not everyone's airwaves because Sinclair and Nexstar affiliates are still not running Kimmel. But we have a breakdown of Kimmel's return, what he said, how the president responded, and where we go from here. Kamala Harris is on a book tour. She has a book called 107 Days Out and is basically face planting in every major media appearance that she does. So we have some interesting updates on that front. Looking like
it's very on brand for her. That's just kind of what she does. That's her thing. Doing a terrible job in interviews.
And I'm excited for this segment and also the segment we're going to do on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Crystal, to get some of your insights on where Democrats are right now. It looks like AOC.
Oh yeah, Mike's still on. Good. All right, let's actually fucking watch this. Hour and 22 minutes. Well, I was up top for a while about. I started up top for a while about Jalen Hurts. So this is why. This is why it's like I genuinely don't get mad over certain criticisms. Because how long did it take me to actually start talking about Jimmy Kimmel? I'm looking back on my YouTube channel. Yeah, how long ago? Okay, yeah, it's literally been about 40 minutes. It's been about 40 minutes. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's close that down. All right, let's hear Jimmy Kimmel's masterful comedy. Wait a minute, I was not expecting giant black man. What a
music from Sarah McLachlan with Cleto and the Cletones. And now,
yeah, didn't that sound like, you know what it is on these shows? It's mainly like old white dudes that do that. So I was not expecting young husky black dude. That's pretty sick. Hey, it looks like we got a bunch of people hopping in here. If you're new to the stream, I stream on here almost every day, so hit that subscribe and hang the fuck out. I'm trying to get to 500, so if you would love to help out the biggest of Reds, I'd really appreciate it. God, I hate this so much because it's just so not indicative of what is actually going on. But like the way they're trying to frame it as this like big epic, like yes, they tried to silence a comedian, and it's like, God fucking damn it. It just sucks because like I remember Dave was talking about it where he was making a really good point where it was like it just sucks because you're giving them this like false sense of, or I don't know if Dave said this exactly, but it was basically like, you know, yeah, I want this dude, I want his show to fail, but just not like this. Strategically, this is just a very bonehead. It's like a very bonehead thing to do strategically. And you know, and now he gets to walk out, like they get to walk out and act like, yeah, they tried to silence us and now we're back and we'll never die. You know what I mean? Kimmel fired the lead singer. Yeah, and like, wait, no, I thought the band fired him. It was Jimmy Kimmel? He got fired? I thought the band just got rid of him. Dude, that's so funny. In January 2022, Rolling Stone reported that Barrett had produced a song and music video for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to promote an anti-vaccine rally. 5 days later, the Bosstones break up. That's crazy. Oh, here we go. News of his involvement with Kennedy and the band's breakup came shortly after Barrett left Jimmy Kimmel Live 2 weeks prior. Barrett confirmed that the breakup occurred in part due to his views on the COVID-19. Oh, okay. So he was working for Jimmy Kimmel. Interesting. I didn't know he was working for Jimmy Kimmel. That's kind of cool. Well, no, it's kind of gay and sucks ass, but oh shit, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't have this up. Yeah, that's pretty gay actually. But yeah, no, that's another thing too, where it's like, yes, Jimmy Kimmel's been a free speech warrior, and he's had a lot of sound moral judgment in his life, and it's like, no, it's just the one piece of shit got by the other pieces of shit. So like, yeah, so firing people over vaccines, saying people who don't get the vaccine deserve to die. Like, I don't have a lot of sympathy for this fucking guy. Yeah. M. Fisher, resubscribe with Prime. There have been subscribed for 4 months. Yo, Big Red. Thank you for the resubscribe, brother. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if anyone has Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. And if you just have some money, you can send it to me on Venmo.
I don't.
That's wild. I like that comment. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Fuck you. Oh Jesus, fuck these people. Oh, okay. Maybe probably shouldn't have brought that up on screen. Also, why would you be crying? I saw many videos of people closer to him that like there's this weird thing when it comes to like doing this or being on it's like there used to be a thing where like people were professional and held their shit together and didn't just like freely get aggressively emotional on screen. You know what I mean? Now I'm sure I've had my spazzes from time to time, but it's like, I don't know if you're on Jimmy Kimmel Live, if you're on the news, if you're on any of these outlets, like why are you so quick to crying? And then on top of that, so obviously fake crying. It's very weird. It's very insane.
I don't think there's anything funny about it.
Also, how do they do that? Do they just know? They're like, like there can't be a conversation. There can't be a conversation of you're gonna fake cry here right now. They just have to know. They're like, yeah, and then this fucking dummy's gonna cry right here, and it's gonna look like shit. We're gonna look like fucking dickheads. It's coming from a dude who, like, during COVID, he was like, "Oh, you don't agree with the vaccine? Then you should not get hospital access and all that." You know, it's like, it's all. I wouldn't expect anything less, but it's all fake. Me not giving a shit because it's like all these people, when people were like, where was Jimmy Fallon when Alex Jones got a coordinated, like there was a coordinated strike to take him off all of the fucking platforms and shit? You know what I mean? What was Jimmy Kimmel? What was Jimmy Kimmel saying about Alex Jones? You know, what was Jimmy Kimmel's take on Milo? Even though I don't even fucking like Milo, but still, like, what was his take on Milo getting taken off everywhere? You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's like, I don't care about the bad. I don't have a lot of energy to care about the bad stuff that's happened to you. There's these like big, and I mean, I guess there is, but it's like, I guess there is some attack from the right, and but they get to act, like, they get to be like, well, we were just, everyone loves us, and we were. It's like, no, you guys have been like evil propagandists for the. I mean, dude, I gotta be honest. The more I'm like watching this and seeing them talk, and like the more I'm on Dave's side of what I was talking about earlier, where it's like, you know, there is an argument where it's like you lie too constantly, and you're too disingenuous to be considered like just a straight comedian. Like, you're a fucking, you know, you're part of the propaganda department, man. And it's like, but yeah, it just really does suck ass that now people will be running with this narrative, and we have to get like, well, they'll be running with this narrative like, you know, Jimmy Kimmel hasn't sucked ass for a real long time. It's like, dude, no one was watching these shows. Get fucked. No one was watching. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't have the memory of a goldfish, so this all just is like hypocritical and retarded and infuriating, honestly. You know what I mean? It's like, so this stuff just started happening. It's like, what about all the fucking Twitter file shit and Google and and all that shit? Grown man crying this easily is crazy to me.
It touches many. And if there's anything we should take from this tragedy to carry forward, I hope it.
Yeah, everyone did get quiet when he said it. Was like, Jesus Christ. Everyone was like, I'm done with this. This was brutal. Yeah, man. I mean, we kind of went over it. It's just like, I don't have a lot of sympathy. And I think Derek, was it Derek? Yeah, Jesus hated the state. Yeah. Derek put it really good. It's just a game to these people. Being dishonest is just a strategy. Like, that's the most interesting part. Sorry, let me adjust my shorts because I put on a pair of my sexy boy shorts. They're actually incredibly tight in the dick. But the fuck am I trying to say? Might need another cup of coffee. Yeah, it's interesting how, like, dishonest, because that was like that weird thing where it's that thing they do where you watch the clip and you're just like, you know, you would watch that and someone would be like, well, what do you disagree with? Like, technically, like, if you know, if I was naive and didn't understand how dishonest Jimmy Kimmel was, I would, like, on its face, I was like, what could you disagree with that? And it's like, there's some truth to that. Like, there's like, what would you disagree with those statements? But, like, you know, like I was saying before, if you don't have the memory of a goldfish, you know, you remember, you're like, oh yeah, but you're also like the biggest hypocrite ever. Because you would do, if it was socially acceptable, you would do all the things done to you. Fredro Star. I don't know who that is. Jeez, oh my God. That's an insane profile picture. Who the fuck's Fredro Star? But yeah, I don't know who that is. Oh, he's a rapper. Okay, I think I've heard his name before, actually. Yeah, it's just like I don't give a fucking, it's like the dishonestness. Like he would do everything bad that has happened to him. Given the chance, he would do that. He would do that to anyone he disliked. Or honestly, I don't even think Jimmy Kimmel's like a real person. I think he just does whatever his handlers tell him to do. Yeah, that took a lot of energy. That took a lot out of me. It was so bad. It was so like impressively bad. Let's find something to you know what? Let's have this will be a good palate cleanser. This will take us out of the realm of all right. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just go completely out of left field. And this is why the real reason NFL Blitz got canceled. Yeah, I like a good palate cleanser. Let's watch this. Cuz NFL Blitz was one of my favorite games back in the day. When it came to like sports games, honestly, Star Fox 64 will probably go down as my favorite game ever. But NFL Blitz, I played the ever loving shit out of. I got like real good. I got good at NFL. Dude, do you guys remember? You know what else I played? Do you remember NHL Hits? That was a good game. That was a good fucking game. Dude, and you would turn it on and it would be fucking rolling by Limp Bizkit.
What a bone-crushing hit that was! Flipped up by Sundin. Let's go! A save! Haverly gets it. Zhitnik throws it to Shatan. Let's get loose!
Yeah, dude. NHL Hits was my fucking shit. NFL Blitz 2000. Did you listen to the new C4 album? No, who's that? Is that the band's name, C4? C4. Oh shit. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not familiar with this band. I got it saved. I'll check it out. Payback's a bitch. Jesus Christ. Yo, this is so funny. These songs are insane. Bashing intro, subject has escaped, carved in blood, stay away from me, with hate too, fuck it all, cry about it, bring back the hate, bomb the scene, perdition awaits, C4 goes to war, hammer. Yo, what is this band? Wait a minute, what the fuck? All right, that rips. All right, well, thank you. That is out now on my radar, and I'm happier for it. Thank you, brother. Seriously, I seriously think they tell him what to say, and they won't make a big deal of his blackface and man show stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's directly that they sit him down and they go, "All right, Jimmy, we will actively like ruin your shit if you don't say A, B, and C." I don't know if it's that overt, but I think that's the broad strokes of it, where it's like all of those dudes. I think like Stephen Colbert's the surprising one that he turned into such a fucking regime mouthpiece. But a lot of those guys, they have some like rough shit, and it's a sort of thing like they go, we can make this go viral all the time if you guys don't act right. I genuinely think it's something in that department. I don't think he cares about any of it. He's still friends with Adam Carolla. Me and my friend played Hits after work every night for like 3 years. Yeah, dude, Hits was NHL Hits was one of my favorite games. Yeah, NFL Blitz 2000. I love that one too. NFL Blitz. What were all I played the they did the one where you could like drug them and stuff like that. Yeah, NFL Blitz. Yeah, I played that one. I remember that one. That one looked sick. NFL Blitz 99. 2000, 2001, 2002. Oh, was that just for Game Boy Advance? I might have had that. I don't know. 2003. Okay, that was like the first one for. Yeah, dude, it was crazy how yeah, Blitz the League, I think, is like where it went downhill because it got a little ridiculous for people. Because I don't think in Blitz the League the NFL let them use their likeness. Wait, they came out with a 2012 game? No shit. It's kind of funny. I feel like now the NFL teams wouldn't be on board with NFL Blitz game anymore. Yeah, the fights in NHL Hits was so fucking fun. Maybe it was like 03, but the Avalanche were such a force. Yeah, stay away from his first few lyrics are hilarious as fuck. Can you do a big dab, right? That glory what? Dab, rip that glory glorifies God. Oh, no, I don't do dabs. I can I have this Mucinex throat spray, but I'm not sick, so I'm also not spraying my throat spray with throat numbing agent on screen. We didn't even like hockey, but that game rule. Yeah, same here. They made Blitz for PlayStation once. I think that one had a storyline to play. I know Blitz the League did. Outlaw Beach Volleyball. Dude, do you remember BMX XXX? That was a big one I did. I did the shit out of BMX XXX. Dude, this game's retarded. Where's the sound? Are they taking all the sound out? Yeah, where's all the sound of the pretty, beautiful... So funny my parents let me get this. Where's the sound? It's probably copywritten music. It's so funny. The game starts with a Asian lady with a wet t-shirt on. Yeah, there's probably copywritten music on this. But yeah, it's like it's such a funny idea where it's like you guys like bikes, you guys like strippers. What if strippers rode a bike? Yeah, turn the music down. Amish guy. Oh.
I got a hot salty nuts.
They say that hand that holds me.
Yeah, dude, I gotta be honest. There is something to the fact that porn is a little. I like porn being so readily available and like, you know, the fact that you open up Instagram and it's immediately some of the weirdest fucking videos, and it's not just like a hot girl in her underwear. It's like some of them will be.
The hottest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little.
Yeah, I've seen some video. My feed's not that crazy at the moment. Yeah, actually, this is hilarious. I just literally open up my Instagram and it's a page that posts the pre-porn interviews of a Gianna Michaels video. And that's just one of the first things where it's like this girl.
Here are mine. Your shoes untied.
Wait, what? Oh.
You're mine now.
What the hell?
Don't worry, I'll keep you safe in my dungeon.
No.
Yes, you will. Be a good boy and bark for me. Bark for me. Good boy.
Yeah, and that kind of stuff is just like some stuff you save and check out later when the stream's over. No, no, but for real though, it's like there is a level of how like sexualized everything is now that is bad. But I will say this. The I don't know actually. It's probably, you know what it is? It's probably better to have less access to all this like pornographic shit, and then you know, because people look back and they see how horny TV and movies were and stuff, and you're like, I think that's better to like have that tongue-in-cheek horniness than just like you can just open up your fucking Instagram. You just open up your fucking Instagram and there will literally be like there will be a girl pretending to breastfeed and whipping her titty out and stuff, or there will be like a weird ass. All jokes aside, there's like a weird ass video like that. Like I found a girl who like her thing is she talks and at the end she'll be like, "Who's a good little boy?" and she just spits at the camera and you're like, "This is weird and aggressive." Dude, it's so funny too. I found one video, the nerve. I love. It wouldn't be a stream if I didn't talk shit on my friends I love deeply, but no, on the episode of Panties that comes out tomorrow, there's like I bring up some video on Instagram. And it's just I don't know what's wrong with my friends. The nerve that my friends have. Are you straight edge, Andy? No. But no, it makes me laugh so hard. The absolute nerve on my fucking friends. And I say this as I love them deeply, and they're very good friends to me. I walk in at the creek because I don't want you guys taking this the wrong way, which you guys know what I'm doing. You're probably gonna take this the wrong way. But no, literally. I walk in on the creek. I walk into the creek and fucking I see Lemaire, and I literally walk in and he goes, "Andy Mal." He's hammered, but he's still like, "Andy Malfrina is one of the funniest dudes in podcasting." I go, "What a great thing to walk in on." But no, we're doing. They try to play their they're great guys, but they try to play their little tactics of trying to because they being direct disciples of Shane, they do follow the bully's code. And so they do little nasty stuff. They're little nasty fuckers. Sorry, I'm being a jerk. I'm just trying to talk shit. I'm trying to talk shit about my friends I love deeply. But no, they've trained under the tutelage of Shane. So they follow the bully's code. And in the bully's code, it just teaches you to be a nasty little fucker and to be just a little disingenuous. Here's what you do. You be a little disingenuous to get someone off base, and then you trick them into feeling bad about something you're actually way more of a problem with. Like Nate used to try to do that to me, where he'd be like, you drink all these beers. I go, brother, you don't make it out of a bar without 3 glasses of whiskey. Like there's like you just put JMO into your arm like a goddamn IV every time we go to the fucking bar. And then you drink the amount of beers I drank. What are you talking about, dude? So like Nate, that was one Nate was trying to do on me a while ago about drinking beers. But then we're on the podcast and I'm telling him there's like a girl who the video goes, there's like a girl who the video starts with her like talking shit to a guy, and then it turns to the camera and she just like uppercuts his dick. It was like some dominatrix thing that just went to, but like past dominatrix of like just pure violence, and she's just uppercutting his dick and shit like that. And then immediately Lemaire's like, I don't see shit like that on my feed. And I'm just like, yeah, no, what you see is fucking, your feed. Like I have the crazy feed. You're the one who's half of your baby of the weeks were like, brother, is she old enough? You know what I mean? So yeah, and then Nate, Nate, king of the cum walks, is going to try to judge me from my feed. It's just, I think my thing with them is always like, where do you guys get off? Where do you get off talking to me like this? Oh, my feed's weird. I don't get shown anything. Yeah, we do a cum podcast, you retards. We're all I've accepted that I'm a dirty little pig in mud. That's the thing. That's what makes me better than them. Is I've accepted I'm a dirty little pig in mud. They don't think they're dirty little pigs. They think they're the pigs in Animal Farm that like we're refined. We eat at the dinner table. We're wearing suits and top hats. No, you sons of bitches. You dirty little pigs. You dirty little pigs. And whenever someone tries to expose you, you just go back to your high school bullshit. And you try to feed off insecurities when we could just be playing this game fair. We could just accept we're all pigs rolling in shit. Anyway, I love my friends deeply. That's how you know we're real friends, because I don't like being nice to them publicly. But yes, I'm not straight edge. Will you please kick a freestyle rap battle verse when your opponent is Tyler Robinson? No, I will not. Georgina Groyd. It's a crazy name. Oh, you guys are talking about BMX XXX. Andy, do you see how Nick Cage 1998 movie Snake Eyed had Charles Kirkland shot in the neck by Tyler? Huh? Wait, what? That's interesting. Slav, send me a link to that, and if I forget about it, remind me. Love straight edge, love weed and beer. Listen to my buddies in X Forever Wars X. Yeah, I like straight edge shit. Just search Snake Eyes Charlie Kirk on Twitter. Okay, that's interesting. All right, let me play this. Oh yeah, is this the first one? Yeah, I remember like 2 or 3 games in was the one I preferred to play, because I just prefer, I don't know, sometimes with the clunky graphics I'm not a huge fan of.
When did sports games stop being fun? For a lot of us, the answer actually lies in another question. When
I actually know I know the exact answer. Sports games stop being fun for guys like me. There's dudes who, wait, what was the thing you wanted me to search? Snake Eyes Charlie Kirk. No, legitimately, because I'm a dude who I like sports, but I'm not into sports where I like know all the fucking rules and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, I realized that I tried playing an NBA 2K game a while ago, like around 2010 or 2012 or something like that. Maybe a little later, actually. But I start playing it, and I'm like, oh, you need to like really know how to play this game. And that to me is like the problem with a lot of sports games is I'm a casual guy who's not trying to play a hyper realistic. There's no like silly, goofy, fun sports game like there used to be. There's no like silly, goofy, fun game like that. So it's like all the sports games now are just super realistic. And I got to be honest, as a guy who's not, I imagine they're fun for people who are obsessed with sports, and I'm happy you guys got a game you like. I'm saying for me, for the casual, I do not want to, I got brought up on Blitz and NBA Street. I don't want a hyper realistic sports game.
When did the gaming industry decide that cartoon chaos was out and monotonous realism was in? That's actually a pretty complicated thing to ask, and as is often the case on this channel, the answer involves industry politics, violence.
I will say Madden is actually a pretty fun game. I've played a lot of Maddens in recent memory. Madden is fun. The mechanics of it are fun to play.
And games, and a whole lot of money. So let's break down the sad state of sports games today by looking at the game that changed the genre forever, NFL Blitz. 1997's NFL Blitz started its life as an arcade sports game from legendary developer Midway Games, who you might know as the creators of Mortal Kombat, Tron, and a whole host of other titles we still know and love today. In fact, NFL Blitz was created as a direct response to Midway's billion-dollar hit, NBA Jam.
Shoots for three. He's on fire.
NBA Jam, for those who may not have played the iconic 1993 release, was essentially a Looney Tunes version of basketball that came out 3 years before Space Jam would grace movie theaters. But instead of Warner Brothers characters in the roster, it was licensed NBA teams and players. Like Space Jam, NBA Jam was heavily cartoonified. Watching a few seconds of gameplay is enough to understand that it wasn't a faithful recreation of the real-life sport, and it was never meant to be. Programmer Mark Turmel and the rest of the Jam developers wanted their arcade game to be over the top and, well, arcadey, which is why players got to jump to outrageous heights, make physically impossible shots, and knock people to the ground like they're playing TMNT Turtles in Time.
Pizza time.
There were no fouls, no free throws, and essentially no rules. It was pure fun, and it obviously struck a chord with the gaming public. So when it came time to replicate NBA Jam's success with a new sport, the team set their sights on football, for seemingly no other reason than because Mark Turmel was a lifelong Detroit Lions fan, and Mark Turmel would go on to make a lot of the decisions that led to Midway's massive success. But football's unique level of physical play probably didn't hurt their decision either. With Midway moving into the mid-90s, it was suddenly possible to render games in a
if I sent you a $17 super chat, would you do a bong rip? I hate smoking alone. Well, I can't accept super chats, and I also don't have a bong. But if you do want to send me $17 at Andrew Malafrina, at Andrew Malafrina on Venmo. And but yeah, I don't have a bong to rip, so I don't really know what I'd be able to do for you. But you can send me money if you want. I just took a 2-footer. I don't think Andy smokes. Call Pat. I bet he has a mobile bong.
3D space.
But yeah, that's why I'm trying to get the 500 so I can accept your super chats and then not take bong rips.
The developers took full advantage of this new tech by ramping up the cartoonish violence in the most hilarious of ways. Regular football tackles and interceptions were mostly replaced by WWE-style moves that were definitely more at home in a fighting game. Once again, rules were loose or at times totally non-existent, and the player positions were more suggestions than an actual rigid team makeup. Even though Blitz held onto the NFL license, everything from the fast-paced animations to the bowling pin-like sound effects told players that this game wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It, like NBA Jam, was pure fun that only somewhat resembled the sport it was based on. But not even NFL Blitz could escape controversy. The first signs of trouble showed up before it was even released. See, in order to keep that all-important NFL license, Midway had to keep the NFL executives happy, and they were not happy with what Mark Turmel and his team had come up with. In an interview with Den of Geek, Turmel had this to say: "We showed them the game, and they said, 'Can you excuse us for a moment?' We left them in the office alone. About 15 minutes later, they came out, and they said, 'We have to wash our hands of this product, and we're going to give you your money back. And we can't go forward with this product, it's just too violent.'" Specifically, the NFL was unhappy with some of the animations included in the game, and those animations, along with a few others, were nixed in an effort to assuage the rage of the NFL. After all, being able to use real teams and players was part of the charm of these games. Luckily, it worked. The NFL approved the newly toned-down version of the game, and it went on to release in 1997. And also, like NBA Jam, NFL Blitz would become a beloved classic and make Midway Games enough cash to fill a stadium.
I miss arcade games a lot.
Well, it wasn't.
Are you 420 friendly? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what that means in this context. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that means. Like, you can watch my stream and smoke weed. I don't really know how I control that. But yeah, I miss it. But yes, I would say I'm 420 friendly. Although sometimes it does, I don't like the smell of it, but
billion-dollar hit that Jam was, NFL Blitz managed to walk away with an estimated $650 million in its first year. Both the NBA Jam and NFL Blitz franchises would continue on for years. These pillars of the 90s and early 2000s excellence would create their own genre of sports games, one that fit the description of stupid fun to a
Oh yeah, dude. Oh, they did a soccer one. I forgot that they did do a soccer one. Yeah, I remember being able to like, oh, dude, all that shit. Sorry, you guys excuse me for 1 second. I have to fucking piss so bad. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. I don't want to show you my butt. If you guys don't mind, I got a little bit of yogurt.
But sadly, this era of goofy greatness was not long for this world. As at-home consoles and PC gaming became increasingly popular, arcades were dying out. Coin-operated machines were becoming less and less profitable, which was a big problem for Midway, who had built their entire company on the success of arcade cabinets. To try and keep profits up, Midway wanted to release at least one game every year, and in order to give players an unasked-for break from Blitz and Jam, 3 new series were developed: NHL Hits, MLB Slugfest, and Red Card. Given just how many projects and developers had their hands in at this time, this quickly became a problem for both the creativity and overall quality of the lot of their releases. Midway's trademark arcade style was becoming less and less favored among gamers. There was a huge push for realism in both graphics and gameplay starting in the year 2000, with games like Deus Ex, Counter-Strike, and The Sims all coming out in the same year, not to mention the rising popularity of EA's more realistic sports simulator franchises.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
This swing of the pendulum meant that all of Midway's cartoony sports games were taking hits both financially and critically. And that's hits with an S, not a Z, sadly. By 2003, Midway was bleeding money. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's unfortunate. Those games were so fun. I don't know, dude. The hyper realism in games sometimes is super overrated.
In losses, and that same year, the NFL would threaten to pull their license from the Blitz franchise unless something could be done with the deteriorating profits. Mark Jamel and
dude, I used me and you're talking about Gauntlet, dude. Me and my cousins and my brother would spend so much time during the summer at my cousin's house playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy. I love that game so much.
And the rest of the Midway team once again tried to assuage the NFL, this time with the promise of turning the beautifully chaotic Blitz series into a run-of-the-mill sports sim in the same vein as EA's Madden. From that promise, NFL Blitz Pro was born and swiftly disowned when the game only managed to sell 130,000 copies. Midway continued to lose money, and in a devastating move, the NFL gave Electronic Arts exclusive licensing rights, meaning Blitz would no longer be able to develop games with the NFL teams and players in them. After all those years of making amendments to their games and toning down the violence for the sake of the NFL brand, Midway had nothing to show for it. Midway would attempt to stay afloat with several new releases, including the first ever football game to get an M rating from the ESRB with 2005's Blitz, the league, but it wouldn't be enough. By the end of 2008, Midway would lay off or fire most of its staff, and in 2009, they filed for bankruptcy. The corpse of the once great game developer was left to be picked over by other companies. Warner Brothers would go home with the biggest share, but Electronic Arts ended up in possession of all of Midway's cartoony sports titles. Mark Kimmel was onboarded to oversee the production of both NBA Jam and NFL Blitz under EA, but he didn't stay long, accepting a position at a mobile developer, Zynga, soon after. According to Turmel himself, once he had left, EA cut a ton of content from the new iteration of Blitz. He would tell Den of Geek that, "I wasn't there for whatever ugliness happened with that, but the game wasn't the same." And he was right. 2012's NFL Blitz from EA wasn't the same. It was actually pretty forgettable, which might even be worse than being bad. That game, not unlike the legacy of Midway's lovably chaotic, cartoonishly outrageous sports franchises, has largely been forgotten. With current-gen tech, gaming as a whole is only getting more realistic, and while lots of genres are using that realism to their advantage, sports games are using it to their detriment. The pendulum has swung way too far in the other direction. EA and 2K now corner the sports genre market, and both are guilty of essentially pressing Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V on last year's releases, tweaking the graphics, building up an admittedly cool soundtrack, and calling it a new game. There's this huge emphasis on being immersed in the world and really feeling like you're part of the team, but that ultimately ends up cultivating in playing menu simulator and auto-playing through campaigns. The AI knows the rules of the game, and you're not really allowed to try anything out of the ordinary, so what's the point? Is this fair to players? Is this creatively fulfilling for devs? I mean, Nintendo seems to be the only one having fun anymore, and even Switch Sports feels like a soulless rehash of what's been done before. And let's not forget the ever-growing problem of microtransactions in the games we already paid for. Now, this isn't meant to be some kind of attack on the people who play these games, okay? Sports simulators are fine at what they do, but that's kind of the point. They're just fine. There's no magic there, no creativity, no way to distinguish between titles other than a roster change and a new number on the cover art. And that's not to say that no fun sports games exist anymore either. They're out there. Hell, EA even owns some of them, but they're buried under a sea of ultra-realistic sports sims that get thrown out into the world on a yearly basis like they're on an assembly line or something.
Tampa Bay down by 1.
The magic of that first NFL Blitz game was that the Midway devs got to play with the new 3D technology and push their ideas in a fun and fresh direction. If we keep scooping up these yearly sports sim releases, there's never going to be...
I agree. They suck ass. Wait, I had a couple other videos I had saved. Oh yeah. I wanted to watch this one. I always love a good Rogan video. Where is it? Oh yeah, I saw this one. I'm very curious. Oh wait, let me pull it up. Sorry. Oh wait, I'm ignoring your comments. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ignore your comments. I've been playing EA Skate a lot more. It's pretty fun. They need to add more shit to do, though. I muted the gay-ass dialogue and music, and it's a lot better. Still have not found any gear I like. What's the situation on Skate right now? Is there like a new Skate, or is it in beta testing? Because I keep seeing people post shit of like people doing these like crazy ass runs. And it's kind of interesting because Skate was always supposed to be the like hyper realistic game. And they're doing these crazy ass runs and shit. Oh man. I've been to Huntsville for a show, been to Birmingham a bunch though. Yeah, I can imagine going to shows out in fucking Auburn or wait, where's that? Fuck. My sister-in-law lives there. Alabama, that's right. Auburn, Alabama. Oh, it feels good. I feel like a dog scratching my head. Yeah, I feel like that shit in Auburn, Alabama. Alabama in general, there's probably like long distance between shows and stuff. Yeah, every year's the same. Skates free? Is it online? Oh, it's early access. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Is it on the I don't like playing games on my computer. But yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to watch this. I'm very curious, and I say this as a fan of I like Andrew Santino, but I wonder if he addressed his if they talked about any of the shitting on Austin he's been doing. I'm not trying to be a little rascal, but it would just be funny to be like Austin. Anyway, I will do the Joe Rogan experience though. I'm not I fuck with him. I'm not trying to shit on him. But I'm just poking fun. No, it is just I think about that sometimes, and this doesn't really apply to Andrew Santino, but it's just like a thought going off of that. Where I think about this sometimes where it's like when I hear people shit on Kill Tony, and I get why. It's not a perfect show, but I fuck with Tony, I fuck with Kill Tony and all that shit. But like whenever you see that, whenever people shit on it, they always shit on it in a certain type of way, and then I always want to be like, will you do it when he asks you to do it? And if that answer is yes, it's like, how about we pull it back a little bit? Like, how about we calm the fuck down? Because that's the other thing. It's like, you see all these people shitting on Rogan or Austin, and it's like, well, if Rogan asked you to do the podcast, it's like, yeah, I'm getting on a plane that day. You're like, yes, exactly. So, I don't know, man. It's like, it's not comedy mecca, but, I'm just saying, there's shit like that. But anyway.
The Joe Rogan experience.
He set it up in a way that, like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate, right, according to the narrative. Now, let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on with this.
I know.
First of all, there was that one guy who was the
Sorry, it's just so funny watching Santino too, where it's like he shits on comics who talk about politics. I don't know. It's just funny. I still like the guy. It's just funny.
Decoy. All right, so you got this guy who's an older guy who starts yelling out. Didn't he take his pants down? He took his pants down. This guy was at 9/11. He was at the Boston bombings.
All the hits.
He called in a fake bomb at another place. And then
this isn't directed at Andrew Santino. Once again, fan of the dude. This isn't directed at him, but Rogan's also reminding me too, where it's like, people will go like, oh, you fucking comics who are obsessed with politics. And then it's like, you hear what Rogan, and you're like, how do you not find what he's talking about interesting? It's actually weird to not be into some of this shit. I gotta be like, it gets to a certain point where it's like this anti-intellectual conversation where, and then you get to a point where you're like, it's actually weird to not, it's weird to like pay attention to the news and not get obsessive over this because everything's fucking weird all the time.
He did this at this thing right after. So somehow or another, this guy has the state of mind that the moment someone gets shot, he yells out and says, I did it, and takes his pants down or something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this? He gets arrested for child porn right away.
Right after this happened?
Oh, right away. He's in jail for child porn. Why is that? Well, now you can't interview him.
Right. He's got, right.
Right. And because when the internet people start going, how are you at all these different things? Like, what are the odds? Like, if someone ran it through one of the ChatGPT fucking perplexity things, like, what are the odds that this guy would be at all those different events and be involved? Like, zero.
This is the guy?
Yeah.
I just like that the pants down part is just insane to me. It's like, why is your dick out, dude?
I did it. Listen, I'm not saying this guy isn't insane. He's clearly insane. Yeah. Or not. Or he's professionally insane.
Right.
That's where it gets squirrely.
I almost texted you when the Charlie Kirk thing happened because my antennas went up about, they showed the photo of that kid, or the guy that they have, the 22-year-old,
yeah,
whatever. And I was almost going to be like, dude, Do you think he's got the capability to do that?
Yeah, well, listen, there are people that look like that have the capability to do that.
Pretty
yes.
accurate.
Nope.
No?
Not hard. Not hard at
Not
all.
hard.
Let me dispel that.
Okay.
Okay. 200 yards from a prone position with a dead-on rifle. So if you have a dead-on rifle, so you set this rifle, you set your 0 to 200 yards, right? You know how far you're going to shoot. It is not hard at all.
I agree with this aggressively. Bad Friends. I don't listen to the podcast. But yeah, I love going down a Bad Friends clips rabbit hole. The dynamic is very funny. I really like the fucking pod.
Shot a lot?
You don't have to shoot a lot. I could do it tomorrow.
If you're no, but you are experienced. If it's someone that's never shot, could they do it?
100%. Not if
Really?
they've never shot, they wouldn't.
I don't know if that's true. And I say this as a man who doesn't know guns, but I have very, very limited experience with shooting guns. I've shot guns. But yeah, I could probably remember every gun I've shot. You know what I mean? And like I've shot some like pretty accurate guns from a much shorter distance and missed targets. And it's like, you don't need to be an expert, but I know from my personal experience, like hitting that shot with that small amount of time, it's not easy. It's not easy. Hey, Tiny Hippo, what are you doing?
Know where to look. They'd have a hard time acquiring the like when you look through.
And again, dude, from personal experience, like, dude, if you don't have a scope, if you're not used to those scopes, they're weird. Like scopes are really weird to use if you're not used to them, which I am not. They're really hard to like line up, and then you gotta be very still. Like that's the thing about the shot. That's the thing about that Charlie Kirk shot. I've shot elk at 700 yards. People at 200 is nothing. I've only shot pellet guns, and I'm bad at that. I don't know what I walked into. Charlie Kirk conspiracies. You've been in a stream before? What are you talking about? No, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, here, let me see if I can pull up Charlie Kirk shooting diagram. Is this a good picture of it? Yeah, dude. Yeah, so he's on that building. From there, right in the neck. You got to know something. I will acknowledge you don't have to be an expert marksman. But you got to know something. You know what I mean? You're not from that distance, because I've shot guns at that distance and less and miss constantly. And I have all the time in the world and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like, and I'm not saying the dude could be a bad shot and get lucky. That's also a possibility, but and then you also, because apparently too, the time frame, like I forget what the exact time frame is. But yeah, what were you saying here, Derek? Oh yeah, Kim Iverson was pointing out that the video of the shooter jumping off the roof, you can see the spot he supposedly took the shot from. Where's that video? Why do we were you shooting prone? Does that mean like on my belly? Not too crazy. Yeah, I think you're downplaying it a little. You are the gun guy, but I'm just like, I know from my person, I was not prone. He was prone. So there is with your gun stabilized on a ledge with a good scope, which is Grandpa definitely had. Kirk's head would look huge, not too crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the time frame, I forget exactly what it was, but you look at the time frame. Yeah, I think I understand because I think a lot of gun guys, like, it's like me doing stand-up. I've been doing stand-up for like almost 15 years, and I'm just like, yeah, you just like go up and talk and think. It's like if I was kind of saying it like that, when you've never done stand-up before, it's like the most horrifying thing. So if you've been doing stand-up for a while, a 10-minute set's not hard whatsoever. And then if you've been doing stand-up for no time whatsoever, a 10-minute set's the craziest thing to think of. This to me is like a 10-minute set, probably. This to me is like a 10-minute set. Now, if you've been doing stand-up for a year or two, if you've been doing stand-up for like 2 years, you're probably going to be able to do a 10-minute set easy. It's not going to be the funniest in the world, but you're going to be able to do a 10-minute set easy. What I'm trying to say is you got to at least have some experience under your belt to hit this. You don't need to be an expert. And I think that's, I get it if you guys don't want to agree with me on that, because I don't have a lot of experience with the gun shit, but I think I feel that that's the most accurate way to put it, but I could be wrong.
A scope.
Someone that's never shot, could they do it?
100%. Not
Really?
if they've never shot, they wouldn't know where to look. They'd have a hard time acquiring the like when you look through a scope, like when the reticle is weird. Like it's sometimes
Takes a
hard.
minute.
You got to know the distance that you have to be from it to really line it up in your sight.
Yeah, that's a big part for me too. Is like I've looked down scopes and it's like it's really hard. It's really hard to line that up. His grandpa and dad wore MAGA hats. I'm sure he shot before. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Is it's like I don't know if this is yeah, I think this is a thing you had to have a little bit of experience. Yeah, we're kind of all saying the same thing. I think it feels like you're all agreeing with me, but not in the right tone. Fix your tone, guys. No, I'm just kidding.
But you could get a guy like my friend Andy Stumpf, who was a sniper in the SEALs. You could get him, and he could show you how to do it in an afternoon, and then you could hit steel at 200 yards every time you pulled the
One
trigger.
day you could learn
Yeah.
that. Wow.
Yeah. Not.
I don't know, dude. Even then, maybe I'm talking. I don't know. I just feel it in my gut that I'm right about this. But I am probably talking out of my ass. Dude, you also have to mix in the fact that he's, yeah, I hear you, dude. He fantasized about shooting Kirk weeks before, had to. Yeah. But it's just like from a practicality standpoint, you also got to factor in. You also got to factor in this dude. And you know what's funny is like I'm saying this as a guy who knows very little about guns. And I'm looking at this. So imagine I have the gun. And I'm running across rooftops. Like that's another thing. You're running across rooftops. You're about to assassinate a man. You're probably very anxious and nervous. Like every Navy SEAL's like, oh yes, because I've seen the life leave many people's eyes. I'm emotionless as fuck, so I can do this very easily. It's like, no, you're doing a dude. We're all doing dudes. We call those farts, Andy. I don't know what that was in reference to. I'm not saying it's a bad joke. I just forget what you're referencing. But like you got to remember that he's running off of buildings. I'm pretty sure he had to jump off of a building and then hop onto this building. And he's doing all that. He's got a very small window to take Charlie Kirk out. He has to assemble his gun in a time frame that a lot of people are saying it's physically impossible to do. And then he's got to get him to he hit. Now, I will say this, he could be aiming, he could have gotten lucky. Like we also have to consider that. We also have to consider that there is a chance he got lucky. But what I'm trying to say is like if you look at all of the, if you look at all these, even what Rogan's saying, where it's like you could teach that guy in an afternoon. Yeah, but is he gonna be cool and calm? It's like it's one thing to be calm and shoot a target. Is he gonna be cool and calm to run around a fucking building and do all that? And then the thought of like after, and then oh fuck, I actually killed him, like, and then the thought of getting away, like all those things going through his head. It's like, yeah, you're gonna need a guy that has a little bit more than just a couple years, like a little bit of experience shooting. That's my and I understand this through, like, I'm putting myself in that place, having very little knowledge, going like, yeah, you got to know something about guns to do this. Yeah, I saw a video on that too, but that's the thing though. It's like, again, here, I keep saying about the time frame. I got to look up the actual time frame. Robinson timeline of shooting. Because that's the thing. I saw it's a screw, Andy, to assemble a gun. A single pin will break an AR-15 in half for storage size. Yeah, I saw that, but then I saw that and I saw a video of a dude showing you how to unscrew the thing. And what I'm trying to say is, like, I think a lot of people, this is why I'm trying to pull up the timeline. Okay, here we go. It's like all of this stuff is not complicated. Once you throw in running around a building and the tight timeline, a lot of this stuff becomes very difficult. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think this is very reasonable. And I don't know. It's like the pushback on it just feels like someone trying to sound interesting. And I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying in general. Robinson later identified as a Kirk's alleged killer. Field question. Where is it? Okay, so 11:52. Okay, 12:15 to 12:23. Surveillance video showed an individual dressed in dark clothing crossing the railing from the public walkway and drop onto a rooftop on campus. According to the charging documents, the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, but was then seen running across the roof and low crawling to the area where the suspected Jesus Christ sniper had dropped onto a prone shooting position. Field question. So Kurt got shot at 12:23. Yeah, so he spotted running around at 12:15. So what's that? That is, sorry, I'm fucking tired right now. I'm retarded. I can't do math. 8 minutes, right? Yeah. So he has 8 minutes to do this and like take his shit apart. That, by the way, too, is why a lot of the shit's kind of like, you're not wrong, Andy. Just throwing out points, not counterpoint. No. I'm not coming at you. It's just you're reminding me of a lot of these. Like, there's a lot of people that, yeah, I wasn't coming at you. I just make that clear. I'm sorry if that came off wrong. But yeah, it's just like, you know what it is? It's just, it doesn't. A lot of people like to gatekeep knowledge that's just, if you use simple logic, it's just obvious. Like, I don't need to know a lot about guns to like look at this and go, that's really far away. And scopes are hard to fucking look through. And he's got, like, they see him running at 12:15. He shoots him at 12:23. That's 8 minutes. And he's still running at some point of this. You know what I mean? And then he's also like, I'm assassinating a guy. So it's fucking anxious. So like, unless it's pure luck, which is totally plausible, it's like the moment would dictate he's got to have some level of skill to pull this off. So it's like, and then when you look at the diagram, if you look at the diagram for what's going on, I want to pull that up again. If you look at the diagram of what's going on, There was like a top down. There was a top down one that looked really good. Oh, that's the Trump one. What did I search earlier on that? Fuck. I searched something earlier that gave me oh, here we go. Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, obviously it's not the most complicated. It's not the most complicated shot in the world. But like, yeah, dude. Honestly, I think my analogy of like a 2-year comic doing a 10-minute set is very accurate. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I will say this too, though, because like again, coming from my lack of experience with guns, I think with like if you haven't done this shot, if you haven't shot a gun a decent amount of times, there is a nervousness because I get those every time I shoot guns. There's just like nervousness of fucking it up, and then you get a couple shots out and you like relax. It just goes back to the point of like this dude had to have you got to have some level of experience, but you don't need to be an expert. My fault, guys. Sorry about that. Let me bring it back up. I don't know why that happens. It happens every so often on here, and it's stupid.
Distance that you have to be from it to really line it up in your sights. But you could get a guy like my friend Andy Stumpf, who was a sniper in the SEALs. You could get him, and he could show you how to do it in an afternoon, and then you could hit steel at 200 yards every time you pull the trigger.
One day you could learn
Yeah.
that. Wow.
Yeah.
1 second, guys. All right. Sorry about that. My wife was asking me to listen up for a doorbell, and I heard it, and I wanted to make sure she didn't need me to get that.
Not that hard.
Because it feels insane to me. I'm like, that seems tough.
It seems tough. It seems tough. We still haven't figured out whether or not the gun that shot Trump had a sight on it, because we weren't sure if it had a sight on it or if this guy was using iron sights. That was 140 yards. If you shot it with iron sights, that's a lot harder, because iron sights is you're lining up. So you have these two things, one thing at the front of the barrel, and you got to line those bitches up perfectly, and that's how you stay accurate. That is a lot harder to do.
It's like old shotguns have those, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Pistols.
Yeah,
Like
pistols
you
got
buy a
them.
Glock,
Yeah.
that's what it comes with.
Right.
But this kid had a rifle with a scope. Now here's where it gets weird. The first images of this rifle with a scope, I swear to God, it looks like he has a composite stock on it. Like it looks like a modern 30-06 rifle. So a 30-06, so that's the rifle. 30-06 is like, that looks like a very modern looking stock. I mean, it might not be. It might be just a bad resolution. It might be wood. It's hard to tell. But if you showed me that and you said, hey, this is my cousin's rifle, is this any good? I'd be like, looks like a standard bolt action rifle with like a sophisticated modern scope on it. Sure. Now, apparently, the narrative is that this is his grandfather's rifle from World War I and doesn't have a serial code.
Hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, why?
Oh yeah, that's a thing too. Wouldn't the gun not be as like precise? Gonna have to leave. Twitch is draining my phone. Thanks for hanging out, brother. Lose the headphones, you will miss the doorbell. No. They got the doorbell. That's so funny. Close chatterbait, you liar. The doorbell, I heard it, but my wife was getting the door. She gets this like wine delivery box that sends her like fancy wines for at a discount, and they won't. The delivery people won't give it to you unless you give them an ID. Got to be entertained on the forklift. God, that makes me so happy to hear that.
Wait. Father's rifle from World War I and doesn't have a serial code.
Oh, but yeah, oh, that's what I was saying though. Wouldn't a this is my question to gun people, wouldn't a gun from World War II not be also lower the accuracy of it? I don't know. Is that a thing?
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Why? Wait. Why are you using such an old gun? Like, that's kind of crazy. Like, is it possible that an old gun can be that accurate? If you have a gunsmith and they work on it, yeah, it's totally possible. You have a really good gunsmith and he sets. If you're like a nostalgic person, you like driving an old car, you could bring it to a mechanic. They could redo the brakes.
Sure.
So if you got a good gunsmith and he took a look at that and the action was true and the bore is good, yeah, you could conceivably shoot with a gun for hundreds of years, right? Guns don't necessarily go bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And especially because all this stuff.
God, I forget what fucking year it is. Yeah, that's 100-year-old gun.
Stuff like the trigger and the action and all that different stuff is replaceable. So you could just it's compartmentalized. It's components. That's the other thing. They said that he took it apart and then put it back together again. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how much time it would take to do that if you were highly skilled?
To disassemble a gun.
To disassemble a rifle so that you can get it in a backpack. And by the way, not going to fit. Not going to fit
in a backpack.
And then somehow or another reconnect.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. I was watching some gun dude who was like, first off, it's going to take you forever to take apart. And then when you put it in a bag, and they showed Tyler Robinson, he had a regular sized backpack, just an average sized backpack. And he was like, yeah, even if you have a regular sized or not a regular, but just like the slightly bigger one than your casual like school backpack. And he's like, yeah, if you put the gun in there, it's not going to fit. It's still going to like pop out. And then even, what is he wrong about though? Like, is he like, and also I'm not saying he's a fucking retard. It's just, it's like, what's he wrong about? Is he wrong about anything? Why is he a retard? What makes him retarded? Is it this? Because I feel like I get this a lot because people don't like my tone, which maybe I need to work on it. But I see this and I go, what's Rogan wrong about though?
Exit once he gets off the roof? What? What's that about?
Is that what they pitched, huh?
Yeah. And then he's supposed to get it in that stupid fucking backpack. It's literally, it makes no sense.
And the elevator music was a nice touch, by the way.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
So this is just a narrative, right?
Yeah.
We watch a guy jump off the roof, and then we supposedly find this rifle. So if you can have a guy that's in the audience that's yelling, I shot him, now shoot me, I shot him, now shoot me, and then that guy gets arrested for child porn charges, like he's like, what is going on here?
So
and then
weird.
you find this rifle, and then you say, oh, he assembled it and he reassembled it. Like, okay. A lot. If I wish I was a cop.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what's not interesting about this. Maybe that's just me. Really? Yes, old guns shoot as accurate as new gun. Really? Like a 100-year-old gun? Like just maintained in a regular way? I'll give you that one, but outside of that, I don't know if he like. Yeah, I guess I don't know, but even then, okay. So answer me this: say you say it's all about the shooter. It's all about the shit. I mean, I guess I just don't. What other not so nothing else through general wear and tear holds up after 100 years, but guns are just outside. Like I'm genuinely asking, just through general wear and tear. And let's say this, let's because more realistically, if you have a gun that's 100 years old, you're probably, initially you weren't doing well. I don't know. I'm not a gun guy. I don't know how gun guys take care of their guns. You probably take good care of their guns, actually. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm just saying there's no other 100-year-old product that operates like it did the first day. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't track, but I'm also not a gun guy, so that's what's hard about this stuff. But you say it's all about the shooter. So that then again goes to the fact that adds more to this guy might have to be a good shooter, things like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what product lasts a year that doesn't have like hardcore maintenance behind it. So they could be doing this hardcore maintenance. Maybe it's my bias that I'm trying to think, like, could it be my bias that I'm like not accepting that? I don't know. You get my perspective though, for being like, oh, it's a 100-year-old gun. It's going to operate like the first day. You go, really? Because nothing else that's 100 years old operates like the first day you got it. Yeah, but there's a lot of shit from the early 1900s that won't operate the same like it does now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's a Marine. Again, you're giving to your comment you just put. Again, you're giving more credence to the fact that he had. And I'm sorry, I apologize. You're not saying he didn't know how to shoot, but I'm kind of just thinking out loud. The more you tell me about guns, the more it actually makes me believe he, like, every time you say a new thing, I got to go, well, that made him a little bit better of a shooter in my head. You know, it's like, because I don't know. I'll have to learn more about guns. Yeah, I don't know. 100-year-old gun shoots exact the same. That sounds crazy, but I'll meet you halfway on that. Yeah, an unmaintained. Like, that's my thing too. I go like, well, now I need to know the vibe of this family. Are they like a hardcore gun family? Which then, because that's you gotta think, because everyone goes, because like when you're thinking about it, you just go like, people will just go like, yeah, guns can, 100-year-old gun. People just go, it's plausible that a 100-year-old gun can shoot the same as a new gun. And then you go, okay, but what does that imply? Because everyone keeps going like, this dude doesn't have to be that good at this. So if he's not that good at this, his family has guns, but they don't really like shoot him like that. So if he's not that good of a shot and you can hit this shot easily, and his family's casual with guns, are they maintaining a 100-year-old gun that it's still going to shoot the same as a new gun right now? If your family has a 100-year-old gun maintained really well, because I'm having a hard time believing that a 100-year-old gun with casual maintenance on it shoots exactly the same as a new gun. I'm having a hard time believing that. But I will accept my naivete on the subject. But I'm assuming if you have a 100-year-old gun and you're the type of family that keeps that well maintained, you're the type of family that really fucks with guns. So you're the type of family that shoots all the time. So like, I'm assuming, because of all that, I'm assuming this kid was probably like a good solid shot. I don't know what that sort of proves or helps in the broader conversation. I'm just having some autism right in front of y'all. Bolt action rifle has very few moving parts. Yeah.
up. I'd sit in a room like, this story is horseshit. Like none of these things make any sense to me. Like you're telling me that this kid who's not military trained, this guy, first of all, how did he get to the roof? How come nobody was looking? How come nobody was like, there's a direct line?
You know what's funny too? And again, I'm not talking shit. I'm not trying to talk shit. It is fun. Someone said earlier, why is he asking Santino all this? I would say, and people do that a lot of times. I'm not trying to be a Rogan. I'm not trying to be a Rogan dick rider. I've been, and I say this as a dude who's been a big fan of his for a while. So it's like, I'm not, I know the optics. Ooh, comic moves to Austin. He's going to fucking dick ride Rogan so he can get on the show. I was a fan of Rogan. I was a big fan of Rogan's before I even watched the fucking show. So it's not even that. But like, everyone always, I've heard people say that before. They'll be like, comic who's not like, dude who's not really into politics. He goes on, why is Rogan talking about politics? He doesn't want to talk about that. And I always go, why does that comic have nothing to really say? And it's like, there's multiple reasons. It's like, you legit don't have anything to say about this. That I find more interesting. Anyway, put it like this. Say he was aiming for his forehead. An unmaintained gun could make the bullet drift a couple inches. At 200 yards, a couple inches would hit his neck. Oh yeah, I'm also keeping open to the fact that it could have just like it could have been a lucky shot. That's the other thing. Like we are kind of it's worth arguing over because I do think it's important to. It's like I guess where I'm coming from on this conversation is it's very important to point out you don't have to be a trained marksman for this shit. But I'm also having a hard time believing you could hit this and not know anything about guns. So it had like for me, and I don't think this is a crazy ask. And again, not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying to people in general, I don't think it's a crazy ask to go. He probably was moderately familiar with using guns. I just, as someone who doesn't know guns, I go like, I just can't seeing that. I can't see hitting that without being moderately proficient at shooting a gun. And then also, like I said before, just also keeping your cool in situations like this.
A sight between where he's sitting and those roofs. You guys didn't check? You don't have a drone? Like that's insane. So he's on the roof. He shoots. He jumps from the roof. He jumps down 14 feet.
Yeah, we saw didn't they have video of him jump? Somebody had a cell phone video of him jumping.
There's
down,
a video
right?
of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off of the roof and lands. Whether or not he's even the guy who.
Yeah, for real. Having like that's another huge part of this no one's really throwing in there. It's like the mental state you're in while doing this would be crazy.
Shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a patsy. Maybe he did it.
I feel like he's a plant. Did you see the video? Did you see the person doing the investigating on his mom's Facebook?
No.
You haven't seen this? Have you seen that, Jamie? Some dude online.
His mom's got a weird Facebook. I
It's
spill coffee.
very trippy. It doesn't make any sense. Like the more they keep looking into it, the more they're like, this doesn't feel like a real. It feels super fabricated.
But here's the thing. Just like I was talking about when people are arguing on social media, it's all part of the plan. If you want things to be,
I wanted it so bad. Buckets, buckets.
If you want people to lose all faith that anyone is going to solve anything, you add a bunch of, if you're going to kill a guy, you add a bunch of other wacky shit that doesn't make any sense, and you spam it out there at the same time. You leave a gun that didn't do it out in the woods. You do a bunch of shit like that.
You have an old man put his dick out and yell, I did it, I did it.
Yeah, you get some kid who has a boyfriend who's a furry, and you
boyfriend
you
is a
talk to him
furry?
on Discord. I think he's a furry. I
Is
don't
that
want
a-
to disrespect.
I don't know if that's a
He's
real
definitely
thing.
His boyfriend's definitely a guy who became a girl.
And wears furry stuff.
I think they do furry sex. I think or furry games.
Has anyone thought this was the feds from the jump? I don't know. I don't even know if I think it's the feds. I don't fully. I'll say this. I know it's not what they're telling us. It's not what they're telling us whatsoever. Like, that is obvious to me. Now, have I joked that it's Israel? Yeah. Could I see it being Israel? It's a little bit of a long shot, unlike the shot. It's a little bit of a long shot, but I'm not fully. I think I spelled it out on one of the streams. Like, I could see the incentive Israel would have. It's not the most, like, I'm not certain about it, but I could see it. For me, like, the feds taking him out, I don't see the intense motive. But I will say this, watching how it was done, it doesn't, something about it, the second I saw the video, something about it felt like a team. You know what I mean? And I don't have any like direct proof of this, but it just, there's so much weird shit around it. That is weird. It's not like crazy jumps. Like, I don't know. Yeah, this is all very interesting. Let me hit I'm just crushing liquids right now. Ooh, what is this? Do I know this guy? This is interesting. I don't know if I know this dude. No, sorry. I found some video that was like why I left the Austin comedy scene. I'm trying to remember if I know this guy. Everyone's, dude, I gotta be honest, everyone's like opinions on Austin are very fascinating to me. Cause like there's so many Austin opinions that just don't line up with anything I've experienced. Let me do the tried and true, pull up a Breaking Points clip, and then I'll be right back.
Crystal, I can't believe I'm saying those words in September of 2025, let alone showing the clips that we're about to show, because Kamala Harris fully unreconstructed. Is that fair to say, Crystal?
It seems fair. I would say so. It seems fair.
The book is called 107 Days. She has been on Good Morning America, The View, and Rachel Maddow to sell this book, which came out yesterday, and it's going exactly how you would expect. So let's roll C1.
My concern about him running for re-election was completely separate from my admiration and knowledge about his capacity to serve as president of the United States, which was consistent and never wavered.
Well, when we sit here, as we sit here today, do you think he would have been up for running the country for 4 more years?
Here's the distinction that I make. It's, and having had the experience myself, it is one thing to have the capacity to govern. It is another thing to go through an election for president of the United States. And by the way, another piece of what is unprecedented and a bit historical about that race, it is the closest presidential race in the 21st century in terms of the outcome.
Wow. The closest. You know, say that again, because he likes to say over and over again he's got a mandate.
And that's part of why I wrote this book, because history will talk about this race. It is part of American history. I didn't fully appreciate how much people wanted to know there was a difference between me and President Biden. I thought it was obvious. And I didn't want to offer a difference in a way that would be received or suggested to be a criticism.
And during your appearance, and you write about it, you say, everything about my appearance on The View was going well until it wasn't. And if you recall, you were here 28 days before the election. And I asked you if there was anything you would have done differently than President Biden during the past 4 years. And you said, quote, there is not a thing that comes to mind, end quote.
All right. I can't imagine that clip was good to watch. The way everyone saw it right away to purposely traumatize us, who could do that? Israeli did it to start a civil war, and the CIA helped run cover. Yeah, I could. If it's not the feds and or Israel, they haven't done anything to not deserve side eyes. Yeah, well, I mean that's the reality. It's like people are so appalled that people blamed Israel. It's like, could you fucking blame them? You know what I mean? God forbid someone thinks it's Israel. But no, I think there's like an okay argument. There's an argument for why it's Israel where you're kind of like, I'm not sure, but I could see it. That's kind of what I see with the whole Israel conversation. I something that's a little bit more believable. Something that's a little bit more believable would probably be like Israel got the feds to do it. But I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy if they did that. Sorry, I can't help myself. There's so many other more productive things I could be doing with my time, but I want to watch this guy's video so bad now. All right, so I don't know who this dude is. Am I friends with him on fucking Instagram? I wonder if I'm friends with him. Hell yeah, dude. What's his name? Mark Pugh? No, I don't know this guy. Yeah, I'm so fascinated what this is. Oh, wait a minute. I was still reading your comments. Like 9/11, that's fine. I hope Israel blows up the moon next. Tired of that thing. Everyone saw it right away. God Emperor did it. I've always thought Austin was gay, comedy scene or not. Thank you, Dunbar. My sister moved there to be a big fat gay person like a decade ago. She what does that even mean? Austin's glorified college town. I think that was her job. I don't know. Shout out Paul Atreides. Why are they acting so dramatic? Fucking dorks. Fuck, I missed Big Red. I'm right here, brother. Warhammer reference, but Dune fucks too. Andy, stream for 3 more hours, please. I don't know if I might have another hour in me. I don't know if I have 3. I don't know if I have 3, bro. 3 might be tough. God, I'm really pissed. I was really proud of this I was really proud of this law dispute joke. I thought it would pop off on TikTok, and it's not. And I'm really upset right now. I'm pretty fucking upset right now. I don't know. Sometimes I have these like weird ass jokes in my head that are so fucking funny to me, and then just everyone else is like, I don't know. I don't know, Andy. Did you watch Dave Smith's interview with Max Blumenthal? I did. I did watch that. I thought it was really interesting. I liked hearing Max Blumenthal talk about Israel. I'm wondering if Dave is becoming more open-minded to the conspiracy theories, because I think when it first happened, Dave was very shook. Understandably so. If they're taking out Charlie Kirk's, it's like, and I'm not trying to put out any ideas into the world, but, if they're taking out Charlie Kirk's, it's like, is there a new standard for political commentators getting taken out? He like canceled a weekend of shows. I get it. And I think there was like part of him that was, I don't know. I mean, I'm in a weird place because it's like, I almost agree that the Israeli shit is not, well, no, I mean, it's not about agreeing. It is a fact. There's no info about info out there about that would lead you to there's no concrete info out there that would lead you to be like Israel did it. I think, and it was the only one of the few times I've just been like, it's kind of, yeah. What am I trying to say? It was like Daryl Cooper did it a little more than Dave. Dave kind of did it, but he was still pretty fair and balanced about it. Daryl Cooper was bugging me where he was so dismissive of the conspiracy theories. And it's like he sounded like, it's like when Daryl Cooper was shitting on people, he almost had the energy of everyone who was shitting on him after he went on Tucker. And I was like, that's unfortunate. That doesn't seem, the energy you're coming at these people with does not seem fair. But yeah, so Dave was being pretty dismissive of Max's article initially, and then he kind of brought it up towards the end. And I'm wondering if Dave sort of had a shift in mindset he didn't just openly acknowledge, but you could kind of hear it. So I love the interview. I love the interview a bunch. I'm very curious about Dave's mindset on possible conspiracies surrounding the assassination. I just think it was like, you got to imagine, like, I remember at the time from a pure, like, figuring it out. Cause I'm like, I don't know Charlie Kirk. I have a lot of distance from this situation. Dave knows Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk brought him out at Turning Point. And like, I could see him just being shook by the whole moment, not even wanting to think about that kind of shit. So that's why I didn't take it any type of way. I was just very, not that I would take it. I'm sorry. I can't fucking talk right. I'm gonna fucking ignore me. I'm a fucking dumbass. No, I was just post Max Blumenthal interview. I was just very curious on Dave's mindset on what the conspiracies are around it. But he's smart. He's got fucking eyes on him like a goddamn hawk. He needs to be smart about how he says shit now. So I completely fucking get it. It's like that, and that's what makes him so useful and so not useful, so like successful at when he's talking his shit. You know what I mean? Doing his damn thing, because it's like he's very responsible about not saying shit he can't prove. And I think that's very important with that. Now, to go back to my original point, I always love bringing up, can you blame people for thinking it? No. And if I was a betting man, would I put a little money down on Israel did it? Yeah, why not? I also want to finish Max Blumenthal's interview on Tim Dillon because, yeah, that dude rips. I haven't listened to a lot of his shit, but he has a very interesting perspective on Israel. If the moon, what the fuck? The reason why I've always slightly believed is because they are always slightly involved. Yeah, it's like I always made that joke. I was like, can you blame me for thinking it was you guys? If the moon disappeared tomorrow, tell me everybody wouldn't instantly point fingers at the time. Hilarious. Russia strikes Poland. You talk about that? No, I didn't see that. That's crazy. The stuff he says on Skanks jokingly could definitely get him shot in today's crazy world. Well, I hope he doesn't. I hope. Big fan of Dave Smith. Do not want him to get shot. I made a picture of Ice-T for the first time in a while. Shit rules. That sounds fun. I haven't been a big tea man lately. Pause. I haven't been big into tea lately. Sorry, I'm looking up I'm gonna pass on. I'm gonna sit out on the Russia thing because I don't know a lot about that, and I don't know what my input would matter. I'm gonna take some time to really I'll check that out in the news when it comes out because I don't really know enough to. I just found out the construction is for a new apartment complex. Fuck, parking already sucks. Damn, that sucks. I can see Dave being worried whether it's Israel or just some crazy lone wolf. Dave is a good guy. I used to watch him a lot. Yeah, Dave rules. Tim Dillon's hilarious, but I don't know how I feel about great comedians shifting more and more into political commentary. I mean, to be fair, Tim Dillon's been doing that since day one. I don't know. I gotta be honest, and maybe it's as a comedian who's been kind of talking politics for the past 3.5 hours, and who does it every day. I don't know. I mean, I always look at it like this. I go, is Tim Dillon getting is Tim Dillon getting less funny? Is his podcast less comedy? And I've listened to his podcast. It's like it's still pretty consistent with how it was, where he'll do an interview occasionally, but it's mainly him talking all unhinged into the camera. And actually, funny enough, I saw Tim Dillon do stand-up at the Creek of the Cave a couple weeks ago. Destroyed, you know? And it's the same thing with Dave. Like, if you go see Dave live, he'll rip. And then he talks about... so it's like, people always... You know, it kind of goes back to like my thing when we were talking about Rogan, where people will be like, oh, you're talking... Well, it's like, well, what are they wrong about? And let's talk about that, you know? It's like with some of these comics, you're almost like, they're still being funny. And... you know, they're giving a good, interesting perspective on life. So, like, I don't know what the problem is. It's just people are so locked in on, like, yo, you're the guy who does this. Stop doing that. And it's like, I don't know. As a guy who likes to do a lot of things, I would really promote people to being like, people can do a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, Tim Dillon was talking about Epstein Island before that was just a understood thing that existed. He does piss off exactly those two categories, Israel and loner political activists. Tim Dillon, okay, yeah. I don't know, I like to see comedy in people's routines. I'd like to see less comedy in people. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too. It's like people do this thing where you're this guy and you can only do that. And it's like, yeah, man, like these comics, they go up multiple times a week and tell a bunch of jokes, and then they do an hour of podcasting. So like a lot of them do like an hour, 2 hours with the Patreon every week. Guys like me do 97 fucking hours a week. You know what I mean? Like, it's not all, it's hard to just be funny that often back to back to back to back. You know, you're going to have some time where you're not being funny, and then current events are going to pop up, and it's like, comedians are humans at the end of the day. They're going to have a take on current events. So it's just, we've been programmed to be so divisive about politics. So if someone listens to you, you get more irritated at that over like, if someone just has the shittiest opinion about a band, I'm not going to get as mad at them. But like, we've all been programmed that. But if someone has the wrong opinion about healthcare, we need to fuck it. It's like, when it's like your difference of opinion in healthcare, I mean, it's different with the size of the federal government, and certain people's opinions on certain things can affect an entire nation of 350 million people. But when it's just dickhead to dickhead, it's like, I don't know. Like, it's just dickhead to dickhead talking shit at a bar, talking shit on a podcast. It's like, my opinion on healthcare shouldn't get you any more mad than my opinion on, I don't know, Guns N' Roses, some shit like that. I for sure don't think Tim is not funny. I kind of just forgot that actually is how he always been. Very tired, brain not on. No, that's fair. That's fair. Deco head to do what? Same here, but it's nearly bedtime for me. I actually have the perfect time to watch Andy. His streams start around 5 p.m. for me. No shit. Interesting. All right, let's see what this guy's up to.
He's a motherfucking man, bro.
500 days. That's how long I lived in Austin. I moved there to do comedy, and
I'm gonna move back. I don't like none of this shit. Nope.
Look, this is not me saying don't go to Austin for comedy. If you want to do comedy, Austin might be a good scene. I mean, it's the cheapest option if you're looking at the three biggest cities for comedy right now anyway, between New York, LA, and Austin. It's cheaper. It's a newer scene. It's an influx of a lot of bigger name comedians out there. So it might be good for you.
Wait. Someone just compliment me? That's actually such a good take, Andy. Political opinion should just be like your opinion on something like a band or your favorite fruit. Kind of. Like, it's one thing. you know, it's one thing. Like if someone has power over you in whatever way, you know, like I don't know. Like let me tell you, like imagine if someone's taking me. Imagine if there's a bigger comedian. You know, imagine if there's a bigger comedian taking me out on tour. I don't know. Maybe this isn't a good example, but yeah. It's like, yeah, if Donald Trump has certain, like, take all your ire on Donald Trump. If he has certain opinions about, you know, healthcare or something, that's definitely a guy to look at and be mad at or whatever the fuck. But if it's just two dickheads at a bar, like, you know what I mean? Well, thank you for the W take compliment. I appreciate that.
But in Austin, it's cheaper. It's a newer scene. It's an influx of a lot of bigger name comedians out there. So it might be good for you. But when you're in a place like Austin, you don't realize it, but you are in a sea of people trying to make it, especially in a time.
Yeah, dude. It's called stand-up comedy, Mark.
Where people get rich and famous off of the most minute things, the lowest form of effort. And sometimes it feels like Austin is a cesspool of narcissistic people who have no self-awareness.
I don't mean this in a shitty way. How long have you been doing stand-up, Mark? Hope you're having a badass Bill Miller's day. Thank you, King Pindar. I appreciate that comment. I genuinely want to know how long he's been doing stand-up. I go, yeah, dude, that's entertainment. How long has he been doing stand-up? Yeah, I'm on his Instagram. So he has posts. His posts of him from 2018. Yeah, I would have thought you would have known that. Like you would have found that out by now. In real life. So he has posts of him on stage from 2021. Yeah, man, that's see, this is my problem with a lot of the Austin criticisms. This is my problem with a lot of the Austin criticisms. Andy, is this like Lev Fur's comedy self? I forgot about those. I don't know Lev Fur like that. I've met him a couple times. We did his podcast. Lev's a cool ass dude. But yeah, those videos sucked ass. Yeah, no, it's what this dude's doing here is a thing that a lot of people criticize Austin for. That I go, you guys have it too. It's Austin gets put under this weird microscope and acts like no one else has these problems.
Off of the most minute things, the lowest form of effort. And sometimes it feels like Austin is a cesspool of narcissistic people who have no self-awareness.
Yeah, that's all of comedy. It's literally all of comedy.
It's weird to go into a place where nobody gives a fuck about who you are, even on a human level, until they see that you good at the one thing everybody moved out there to do. That's weird.
I'm like genuine question, not trying to be funny. Like, where do you do comedy? Have you never done comedy before?
Who you are, even on a human level, until they see that you good at the one thing everybody moved out there to do. That's weird. It's weird as hell. There's a lot of weirdo shit that went down in Austin in the comedy scene. I'll explain a little bit later.
I say it's about.
I'd love to find out. He's like, so there's this one redheaded guy who doesn't realize how fat he is. Yeah, that's yeah, acting like that's just Austin is very funny to me.
4.
Types of people that need to move to Austin.
New comedians. Comedians with a lot of followers. If you know somebody that knows somebody, aka Joe. And lastly,
Dick suckers. It's a lot of dick suckers.
I'll give him. There's something funny about that. This is again not wrong, but also applies to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan also applies to LA and New York, dude.
if you know somebody that knows somebody, aka Joe. And lastly,
Dick suckers. It's a lot of dick suckers.
That made me laugh. That delivery was funny.
Basically, if you're good at being fake, just to suck up to semi-famous people.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but do you not? Have you not been around comedians? I mean, I've seen this in open mic scenes where there was no real, fame on the line or anything like that. It's like, have you only? It's like, yes, that sounds like the LA and New York scene. There's no dick suckers or anything like that.
You good.
I feel like where I'm at in my career, almost 10 years of doing stand-up,
I was not getting the type of opportunities I came
He's overdoing the clever cuts and shit like that.
out there for. There was very little help. It was a whole lot of gatekeeping on how to get to certain things. When it came time for like life-changing opportunities, that information was rarely being given.
Wait, what?
stand-up,
I was not getting the type of opportunities I came out there for. There was very little help. It was a whole lot of gatekeeping on how to get to certain things. When it came time for like life-changing opportunities, that information was rarely being given. I'm not the networking type of dude. I do the one thing I've always been doing since I started, which was get on stage and put everything on stage. Because that's what we're here for. That's what I was understanding. This is why we do.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's like, you can't, no one's going to give you a life-changing opportunity if no one fucks with you. Like that, it's not, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, it's like, yeah, in one vein it is networking, because there's a lot of people who do like climber bullshit and shit like that, but also in the other vein it's just like, I mean, there's a lot of really funny comics doing it. It's like, and everyone does this. You're gonna give your homies the shit before a guy you don't know. It just is what it is, man.
Doing this shit to show what we do on stage, and I let that shit speak for itself. That's how I got every opportunity. It was hard for me to be where I was.
It's really, also, you don't want to. I'll even give him a little bit of a pass, because like I've been in those moments where, because that is a thing of mine where I'm personally really bad at networking, but I also don't blame other people. I blame myself for that, and I try to make up it in other avenues and shit like that. But like, that's the reality of the situation, And I go through those personal frustrations because I think I'm really funny. I think I'm really talented. But there's another level of it where you got to put yourself out there in some way. And then that's how the life-changing opportunities pop up. You don't just sit there and then just wait for someone to realize you're the GOAT or some shit. Yeah, that's a good point too, Derek. That's another thing where it's like, oh, can you believe the boss gave so-and-so the job, the guy who's likable and nice to everyone? You're like, yeah, I kind of can believe that. It's this weird thing where, I'm not even speaking on like good, bad, fair, or unfair, but it's this fucking thing. It's like, you think you don't need to be a fucking nice guy to your boss to get ahead. It's like, yeah, I don't know, dude. yes, I know gatekeepers suck, but let's just be real. Like, you got to be nice. You got to be nice to the person that you want if you want an opportunity from someone, you have to be nice to them. You can't, like, I don't know what to fucking tell you, man.
And to be as good as I had been for almost 2 years and not getting even half as much as people who are not even 2 years in yet or not even talented, to be honest. So it got old.
You're telling me untalented people get famous when they don't deserve it? I am color me shocked, sir.
I ain't never stopped nobody from, or try to stop nobody from getting theirs, whether I feel like they deserve it or not. That ain't for me to say. I ain't ever gonna hate on nobody that is not as good as somebody else, but they get an opportunity to do something. My whole thing was, if we're giving out shit to people, if anybody should be getting shit, it should be the niggas that's funny, man, straight up. So I was seeing a lot of people who weren't as funny as other people, but they were moving faster. And I can't be who I am, and not only am I'm not the type of person to be like, man, I'm so far at this comedy shit, man, I'm better than everybody. I'm not the one saying that shit, but every show after show, people coming up to me, you was my favorite, you was the funniest one on the show, this, that, and the third, why you're not over here yet, why you ain't doing this. So it's not me saying that shit, it's comics and audience members coming up to me telling me shit don't add up. If it's some shit.
Yeah, Slav was saying, yeah, what do the comments say? It's basically just yeah, and this is what annoys me. It's a rough picture. Wait, is this the same video? Oh no, it's him reacting to it. It's some guy reacting to it. A lot of the comments are pro this guy. Yeah, that's one of my only things. It's like, I'm not trying to be a dick rider for Austin, like the scene is perfect, because it's not, but there's like a real market out there of people just there's a real market out there for people just shitting on the scene, not having self-awareness, making stuff up, and then you just get a lot of people on the internet thinking that shit. You're the best person to know what you need to do. Joking on black people is played out. They think it's so edgy, but it's hack. Oh shit, Timmy No Breaks. Gonna miss you. You deserved more. Interesting. Yeah, dude, I gotta be honest. The Austin shit is people are so dramatic about this Austin shit. It's getting annoying. I don't know what it is exactly. Wait, what? He killed himself? I bet you everyone in this comment section just doesn't like the Rogan Sphere and has never watched this guy's stand up. Yeah, well, there's this weird thing where it's like they're creating this. It's these dudes who have like never been here, just create, and it's. I'm not saying you can't comment on it or anything. Like I'm almost about to hit 4 hours today. I'm not saying no one can comment on shit. It's just like I've never been in the middle of like a thing like this where so many people commenting on it are just like, oh, that's just factually inaccurate. It's just it's like, but then also everything he's complaining about, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. You want to do stand-up comedy. Unfortunately, there's these business elements of it that's like is what it is. And it's like also too, I don't know, you like there's this weird thing like when people aren't successful, it's like you're not allowed to put your boys on. You know, like Rogan's gonna put his boys on. Shane's gonna put his boys on. Like when I'm doing stuff, I like one of the first people I go to is like Nate or Lemaire every time, and then like or Pat or any of the dudes. You know, it's just like it's like you gotta make friends. You gotta make friends and network a little. It's kind of gay. Networking sucks ass. And it's not like you can do if you're funny, you don't have to be a phony. There's a lot of people who aren't funny, so they figure out how to be a phony and shit. Anyway, Jesus Christ, calm down. Calm down. That American Redacts YouTube channel that does all their weird conspiratorial shit about Austin comics and critics of them pops up on my feed all the time, and the content is all retarded bullshit. Who's American Redacted? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving like a good explanation, but it's like I don't know. It's like if I was like, I'm really funny, why doesn't Adam E get past me at the mothership? I'm really funny. He doesn't know me that well. Like he's met me a couple times. Like we did that laser tag thing, and I think if I see Adam, I don't know if he remembers my name, but he knows my face. Like when we were at the Tires premiere, I was like, "Hey man, what's up?" He's like, "Oh, how you been?" It's it's a quick little polite thing. I don't know him though. Why the fuck would he pass me at the mothership? You know what I mean? Like, you got to get to know people, dude. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
To be handed out, I feel like the people that need to be getting it is the people that don't work for it and that show that they deserve it first. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be on the show and I'm the only funny nigga on the show. It's a difference between paying your dues and get handed shit and being told to accept it. And I feel like a lot of times I would say nothing because I'm gonna pay my dues regardless. I'm gonna just go up and show. Like if it's 7 people on the show, my job ain't to be policing who else is funny. My job is to be funny, right? So I'm not going.
There's a big influence issue in Austin that's clear. You got to know the right people, but it's just like every show business town ever. A hater's gonna hate. Yeah, no, that fucking sucks and is gay, is annoying, but like that's New York. You know what I mean? Like that's New York. Like, dude, go look at the lineup of the stand. Half the people on the stand are really funny. Half the people are like influencers and shit. But like, I don't know what to tell you. There's a guy running the club. There's a guy or girl running these clubs. You need to know them and they need to like you. It's their business. Like, that's the other part of it too. It's their business. They're allowed to let whoever they want or whoever they don't want on their stage. You know, it's like we can try to make it different, but after a certain point, you just gotta, like, I don't know what to do, man. Like, if you don't want to, because this is kind of what I've experienced. This is why I like doing YouTube and stuff, and I like to try to like build my audience through here, because there's certain games in comedy I don't enjoy playing. But I'm not going to cry like it's unfair. I mean, I guess in some cosmic way it is unfair, but it's like, it's just, this is the route I decided. I don't want to play the game, so I've chosen the harder route. I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude.
Be on there and be like, oh, I can't do no show with this person because they not as funny as me. I ain't never been like that. But I also don't want to be on the show where I'm the only funny person on there. I ain't got to be the funniest, bro, because we there to do a show. I'm used to going somewhere like Dallas or Shreveport, and everybody on the ticket is a killer. Dead ass. The way I was seeing shit, I would walk around all of Austin, the open mics and the shows, the ticketed events, the paid shows, the free shows, the open mics. I go to this shit and I be on these shows.
People, well, first off, to be like, oh, there's no killers at the open mic. Yeah, the open mic is where you go to practice and get better. Being like, oh, you bombed at the open mic, that's like being like, oh, you didn't win at weightlifting. You're like, what? We're practicing. Or, or like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, Like, it's like losing at an exhibition match. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't count. And if you learn from it, that's what's important. So like, yeah. Oh, were they not killing at the open mic? Also, if you're killing every time at an open mic, it actually shows you're not growing enough as a comic. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say you should be bombing at open mics, but you should be trying new shit, which inherently will make you bomb more at open mics. If you're just doing your fucking A material at an open mic, that's not good. And then also, I don't know, man. This fucking thing, I've seen a bunch of comics do this who like want to shit on Austin, and they're like, dude, you know where the real fucking heat is? Where every lineup, every comic's a fucking killer. And then they'll just say a random smaller city. And you're like, yeah, I don't know. I think I've been to a bunch of comedy scenes. I think it's like every other place. I think every comedy scene has their 20%, like their 10, like every comedy scene's basically this. They have their 10% that are fucking beasts. And then they have another 10% that's like pretty fucking good and can do the job. That's probably another 10 or 20%. Yeah, that they're really good. They can do the job, but they're not like OG, like they're not like beast level good. You know what I mean? And then they have a huge chunk of people that they can do the job, but they're not blowing your mind. And then they have that 10% at the bottom who are dog shit, but they book shows and they're connected and all this. And then they still manage to get on because they're connected. That's how the vast majority of comedy scenes are. And that's the reality of the situation. And people pretend like it's not it, but it is. That's just what it is. So this idea that like, no, the real killers are from Dallas. I go, I'm sure it's the exact same makeup as every scene I've ever been to. I'm pretty sure it's that. Because like I go to shows all the time here in Austin. There's a lot of funny comics. There's a chunk of them that suck ass. And you know what? You know how that's been. You know, the funny part about that is that's how it's been in every other place I've ever been. Yeah, Shreveport. Shreveport is actually where it's at comedy-wise. I think that's where the real comedy is going on, is Shreveport, Louisiana. There's a big influence issue in Austin. That's clear. You got to know the right people. Yeah. Well, that's also too, like, I was talking to a comic who watched some video where it's like, here's the paradox of what's going on in Austin comedy and and like Rogan's actually bad at stand-up, but all these comics have to acknowledge that he's good at stand-up and and all this. And they said a similar thing with Tony Hinchcliffe. And again, it's like, it's this thing of like, Austin gets treated like this special case that is just abnormal. The same way people were acting like Austin's the comedy mecca, the same way people were acting like Austin was going to be this comedy mecca, there's an inverse of that where people are acting like it's this special case of like weirdness and bullshit. And it's like, yeah, I don't know how many, like, I remember my friend was saying that shit about like, you know, we have to pretend Rogan's not funny. It's like, okay, well, what do you guys do every time you go to a club with like, here's the thing a lot of people don't know. A lot of club owners are fucking insane, and people have to pretend that they're not insane because they want to get booked at the club. And you go, yeah, things like this happen in it's like, why is it different when it's here? You know what I mean? And then on top of that, they're not being fair with their critiques with all this other shit. You know what I mean? So they just turn like Rogan and Tony into these like weird like monsters that they're fucking not. It's odd. I don't know what it was. Like Rogan was sick for the longest time, and now he's just magically a dickhead to a lot of these people. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's always been a thing. I don't know. Anyway, Lil Nas X, what? I didn't see the bug guy, no. I like the Creek because Rebecca always supports the comics that I like, all the comics in the Skanks universe. Yeah, I like the Creek too because it's it feels like a safe space you're allowed to bomb in and you won't get punished. Yeah, it's like, dude, Tony might be a monster. Maybe. I don't know. He's been really nice to me. Every time I've met him, he's been incredibly nice. So, I don't know. I don't think he's a monster. Cool. Cool. Creek is the goated spot in Austin for real. Yeah, I like the Creek a lot. I don't have a lot of experience in Mothership except like hanging out at Mitzi's where they've always been cool to me there. So I don't have any firsthand experience on that, but I do fuck with the Creek a lot.
And I'd be like, bro, I could bring 10.
Also, the sound of this video is bothering me. It's not hard to have good sound on these videos. It's bothering me very much of how bad it is. You a cop, Adam? My head wouldn't fit in the mother. I do have a big head, actually.
People from Shreveport, 10 people from Dallas, and they would kick. I wouldn't even be the funniest one on the show. And it is hard to see people in my own hometown that I.
Come on, man. Yes, dude. Shreveport, Louisiana, and Dallas, Texas are just light years better. It's like, come on, man. I go to these shows. There's beasts in Austin, and then there's dog shit comics, and I guarantee you, Shreveport and Dallas are the exact same.
I know personally that deserve a lot more than what they're getting, and then I go to another place and see people not even remotely close to the people I know working their ass off. They can't touch none of us, but they're being pushed. I personally don't want to be the only black person around a bunch of white people, and the only thing y'all saying to me is some shit about how I'm black. Like a dead.
Wait, what?
They are being pushed. I personally don't want to be the only black person around a bunch of white people, and the only thing y'all saying to me is some shit about how I'm black. Like a dead ass don't want to be around that shit. Because when I'm around, if I'm around the only white person, I'm not gonna be like, hey, you white. That's some white people shit. I don't do that in conversation. We might do that shit on stage, maybe. But even then, bro, let's have better shit to say on stage. There's a lot of people that don't know when to stop trying to be a clown, trying to out funny each other, and don't none of it be funny. I don't want to hear 50 white guys come up to me and almost say the N-word. It's like 50 white people come to you and say, "What's up, my ninja?" I don't want to hear that shit.
All right, well, I mean, I hate to tell a black man what his life experience is, but that doesn't sound like a thing that's real. That sounds like a thing in your head to a degree. Like, I will say this. I have heard Lemaire and Nate say this, and it is true. But there was a bit of a edgelord dust up where it was just like a lot of shit where it's like, well, that's uncomfortable that you did that. I don't hear people talk about it anymore. I feel like it's died down a little bit. But yeah, I think it was just the influx of new comics who are psychopaths. There was I'll give him a little bit of a pass. There was an edgelord dust up, but just the way he's like 50 white comics come up to me and say, "What up, my ninja?" I go, that doesn't sound real. Because also too, like, I've been around, like, I've been friends with these black dudes who are like obsessed with race. It's like, yeah, dude, you might be a little obsessed with race, and now you're seeing it everywhere, and you might be doing the thing where you get a mildly awkward moment, you're deeming it as very racist. So I'm very sorry that all 50 of those white guys come up to you every night and say, "Hello, my ninja." I'm very sorry that very real story happened.
Just almost saying the N-word or trying to say it. Let's talk about something else. All my conversations don't have to be how I'm black.
I can't end this video without giving a special thanks to my brothers, Matt Sargent and Garrett Tim.
Man, I owe a lot to them while I stayed in Austin. A lot of this shit wouldn't have been possible without they.
Oh, there's a Patreon. Interesting.
Smart is the mother.
Why are so many people mad at Austin? Who's this guy? Walk and talk rant.
I think the moving to Texas is over.
Really?
This is Mike.
I hope it is. Too many comics moved here. I actually agree with Tim Dillon on that. Stop moving to Texas. Stop. There's too many of us here. Anyway, I'm gonna run it back. Guys. You know what I gotta say? I'm gonna crush a piss. God damn it, Slav. All right, that's your warning, Slav. It's your fucking warning. God damn it, dude. Racist jokes are funny as long as you have a good response. Yeah, that's another thing too. I hate the idea that like racist jokes are very funny if done, like obviously if done right, but racism's a very fun well to draw comedy from. Get the fuck out of here. All right, Slav. All right, that's 2, dude. I'm gonna just put you in a quick little timeout. That's 2. Just a quick 10-minute one, Slav. Can't do 2 back to back like that. That's crazy. It's crazy, Slav. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna pretend like I know exactly what that guy was doing. Yeah, he's probably if I were to guess, I have no idea. I haven't seen his stand-up. I'm guessing that dude's pretty good at comedy. I'm guessing he might not be mind-blowing. I don't know. I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm just trying to talk honestly. I'd never seen him do a stand-up, so I don't want to actually speak on his comedy. But yeah, I'm sure he's good at comedy. I just there might be some. Get this fucking hair back. Because I'm saying it from like personal experience. It's like, dude, there might be some just personal things about you that maybe you're not fun to be around. I don't know. I don't know the guy, and I'm not trying to make assumptions or anything. But there could just be personal things you have to look inward on. There might be some personal things you have to look inward on, and hopefully no one says the N-word when you look inward. But yeah, sorry. I was trying to think of an N-word joke when I said inward. Wait, what was uncalled for? Are you saying me banning Slav or me? Yeah, Slav, dude, you can't pop 2 N-bombs in my stream and just fucking pop 2 N-bombs. You get a timeout. Wait, you were being funny, right? You're being funny, right? He's black, bro. That's racist. Or Slav's black? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm guessing he's racist and mediocre at best. I'm not even gonna say he's bad at comedy, because Like, dude, I'm not like, I don't even know. I'm not even gonna say he's bad at comedy. He might be great at comedy. Like, he did approach that video, and well, even then, I've seen a million black comics approach stuff in a cool guy way, and they're still funny. Black dudes are able to do that better than white dudes. Where white dudes, if they're trying to be cool guys, they end up being like shitty and corny and stuff. But black dudes are able to figure out a lane where they can be cool guy and funny at the same time. It is impressive. Is Slav hitting ends? He is. I gotta hit a break on the ends. Don't let Slav know you called him black. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. 10 years in, still doing open mics, bro. Probably isn't funny. I'm guessing the other black dudes don't like him, and he tried to chill with the whites, and they also did. I don't know. I'm not gonna make what Constantine kissing men. Got him. So you can pop at least one. Interesting. No. Well, you get a warning. No, I've met him in person. He's an alcoholic. I've met Slav in person. He's an alcoholic, racist white guy. Nice dude. Just gets a little bit wacky in the chat, so I have to put him in timeout because he says 2 N-words back to back. Sorry that I'm a fucking gay liberal, but I don't like dudes dropping N-bombs, and then Twitch will ban me. Yeah, I don't know. He probably it's just you need to figure it out, man. I don't know what to fucking tell you. And Austin might not be for everyone, but I think he might need to look inward, and there's probably some things. I don't know what it is, but there's probably some things he needs to fix about himself, like I did. You know what I mean? Things are going a little better for me because I fixed a bunch of shit about myself. You know, maybe spend a little less time blaming other people and figuring out stuff for yourself.
You putting your foot down was, I think, a big part of that problem.
But I agree with Tim Pool. I'm sorry, Tim Pool. My apologies. I did not mean to compare you to Tim Pool. But yes, stop moving here. There's enough of us. It's not as big out here as you think it is. Please stop moving here.
I think the moving to Texas is over.
Really?
This is I could.
You putting your foot down was, I think, a big part of that probably.
No, it wasn't. Well, maybe it was. But I just think it would. Listen, here's the deal.
One person being like no is helpful.
I think it's, listen, at the end of the day, the city of Austin, Texas, let's be very honest, is dangerous. The homeless there are more aggressive than I've ever seen them in.
That's not true. I'm out multiple nights a week. Yeah, I say this as a big fan of Tim Dillon's. I don't, and I get, to be fair, I've never been to LA, but from what I've heard, I can't imagine it's better out there. The homeless situation, yeah, they're annoying, and it's weird how much they let them fucking sleep on the sidewalk, but I don't know. Maybe it's my 6 foot 300 pound privilege. The homeless are kind of they're fine. They're not that like aggressive. I'm not, and I say that as a guy who's like, yo, do something about them, because even though they're not that aggressive, some shit could still happen. I'm not like a fan of them being around everywhere, but still.
York,
yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah.
Like as a metropolis, it's
and
bad.
It's pretty
brown.
small.
It's small. It's brown. There's no grass. It's not green. It turns brown.
Well, I'll say that. Yeah. I mean, if you like grass, do not move to Texas. But I'm on Tim's side. Don't move here. Don't move here. There's plenty of people here. The more you move here, the harder you're making my life. Stop moving here. I've never been to LA now. Yeah. I've never been to the UK, but I would imagine US homeless are way more wild than UK homeless. Yeah, I've never been to LA or anything like that, but everything I've heard, the homeless situation in California in general is off the charts.
For 4 months out of the year,
and they're like a lot, and they're aggressive.
Over 100 degrees. The lake is vomit colored, and there are brain-eating amoebas that can swim up your nose and kill you within 48 hours. The actual city of Austin is 4 blocks, and
I don't know how much that's going to happen.
One of them is just 20-person brawls, like melees, that are broken up by horses. Like, and so I don't even know.
Well, they figured that out with 6th Street. This is an old clip. I know that too, by the way. They figured that out with 6th Street. They don't let people hang out on 6th Street the same way they used to. So they figured that one out.
What we're talking about.
I don't. Yeah,
It's
fun to visit.
Yeah,
pop in for the weekend. Pop out. Yeah, I agree. But also, all these towns you go to, they have to tell you how great it is, which is like a person who posts their wedding photo every day, and you're like, you guys are going to break up.
Great thing about part of the thing with Austin too is it's the worst of the right and the worst of the left. Like everyone's either like a Proud Boy who's like ready to get in a brawl, or it's like a non-binary blue hair dreadlock.
I will say the balance. I will say there's more normal people in Austin, so like the crowds are less annoying here. I do like that. You don't, because as a dude with my sensibility, I don't have to worry about having like an ultra liberal crowd that I gotta like tiptoe around if I want to have a good set. That I do like. Rothbard quoting the 90s Tim Dillon quoting the 90s Rothbard, unleash the police on the homeless. Where will they go? Who cares? There is a weird thing where it's like there's something about like there's like I yap about the homeless a lot, so I'll try not to go on a whole rant you've heard before, but it's such a funny quote. You're throwing out the funny Rothbard quote where it's not I have a lot of sympathy for the homeless. I feel bad, but there is also a thing of like, well, you're the one who kept choosing heroin over being a regular member of society. You know, it's this thing where it's like you live outside and do heroin all the time. There's this weird thing where it's like, I feel sympathy for that person because like you don't get down that route if something's not going on. But there is also this idea where it's like there's a whole group of people who are like taking care of people who choose to do drugs and live outside is our responsibility. And it's like, okay, well, to be fair, I'm not gonna be that chock full of a shit ton of sympathy for him at times. You know what I mean? Like, it's this weird thing of like, why am I supposed to aggressively give a fuck about the homeless? I don't know. I'm probably a dickhead, but whatever. I had to sleep outside in LA once. I saw a homeless dude threaten to stab the cops with a broken beer bottle. They literally just told him to go away. Well, that's good. That's a good way to deal with it. I can confirm it's exacerbated by you know what. Are you blaming the Jews on the homeless? We just have a major welfare state and most drug addicts simply have a house or at least a flat. Yeah.
Gremlin.
They push each other to further
You're like,
length.
what is it? You go, is there any normal human? Is there like a person?
So Tim Dillon was. Yeah, it's just weird hearing someone that's like, you're very familiar. And I say this about everyone. It's like, you guys are very familiar with New York and LA, right? Why is Austin this like weird fucking thing that needs to get taken down a peg? Is it because they made that documentary? We're sorry about that. They made that documentary about how Austin's the most special place on earth. We're sorry. You also got to remember, like, Austin started while COVID was still happening. It felt special. We're sorry about the documentary. You should be able to use drugs recreationally in the safety of your own home. I fuck with that. If you want to get housing in the UK, you better start doing crack or speak air. Yeah, dude. I've been seeing a lot of shit. Like the UK and Canada don't fuck with they have a lot less patience for the migrants and shit. I've been seeing some wild clips out of the UK and Canada. I don't necessarily agree with some of 90s Rothbard's statement. I also feel bad for the homeless, but especially since COVID ruined millions of lives, but many of them are there for a reason. Well, that's the thing with the homeless, where it's like, I feel bad for the homeless, but like, if they are gathering in an area where a bunch of us pay money for it to look nice and be nice and not be dangerous, I'm not going to have a lot of sympathy if they get kicked out of there. You know, it's like, yeah, I have sympathy for you. Also, you guys can't just sleep outside. I don't know what the fuck, like, and it's like, I think they should have, I'm a fucking hardcore libertarian, but if you're going to steal my money, why not create? They should create programs that assimilate them back into society. So when they don't want to take them, I don't have to give a fuck.
Was talking recently on an episode of We Might Be Drunk with Sam Morrill and Mark Norman about how he thinks the prophecy of Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe saying that, you know, Austin's going to be the comedy mecca of the world and, you know, overtake LA and New York City, that pipe dream is over. And so I want to talk about my experience as a comedian, having lived all over the world, including in Austin, as well as cities like New York.
I might have met this guy. I think he's a Philly dude. Yeah, I'm like reading everyone hyped Austin as the next comedy mecca, but the truth, it's not what they promised. And a lot of comedians, it's also like a 2-year-old scene. Like there is that, but oh yeah. The thing I get annoyed with is everyone acts like all of us in Austin treat it like a cult. It's like, guys, we shit on the scene just as much as you guys do. We just don't make it a whole fucking public thing.
San Francisco, Chicago, and then internationally as well. Why I think that Tim Dillon is correct. The first thing is Austin is just saturated with comedians now, and more importantly, with people who want to be comedians but are not comedians. There's so many people who have just seen an episode of Kill Tony or something.
I'll actually kind of agree with him on that, because it's like I do think there's, I don't know, any scene I've ever been in, there always is a vibe of like, I would really love it if there was less of you. I will say Kill Tony does bring well, it's been great for some, like one of my bros, David Jolly, like Kill Tony's made him popular, and that's for the best because David Jolly's really funny. Cam Patterson's really funny. There's a lot of like really funny comedians that have gotten off or gotten on because of Kill Tony. Fuck, Kill Tony's helped raise the profile of a lot of my friends. You know what I mean? So shout out Kill Tony, I guess. But the one thing though is it's you know, there's always any good thing, there's always unintended consequences. It has emboldened the get famous quick crowd, you know, so it has brought in a lot of people into the comedy space that they want to go on Kill Tony, they want to have a crazy appearance, and they want to be famous overnight. Which the irony is, like, those people in particular, that's not going to happen to them. The people who are going to get famous overnight, who is like a Timmy No Breaks, who is funny, has been doing it for a little, is comedy minded, like knows what he's doing, things like that. Like, dude, like Timmy No Breaks is a guy that's going to get popular overnight. But there is a collective of insane people that think they're going to go on Kill Tony, figure like Tony's going to be like, you're the most perfect retard I've ever met, and they'll be famous overnight. And the irony is, like, those people who are just looking for the fame are not going to get it's ironic because they're not going to get famous overnight. So I see where he's coming from on that. But that's more of a problem online, you know, because in every scene there's, you know, every scene there's a plethora of like insane open micers. I was literally talking to the dude who works the door at the Creek, and he was like, yeah, there's this open micer that we have to kick out of the bar sometimes because he just smells too much. And then you'll be like, hey man, I can smell you from here, you can't come inside, this is a business. And then he'll spaz out, and it's like, you have to like tell him, you have to like argue with him that it's like, dude, you're too smelly to be in a business, you're too smelly to be in a bar. You know what I mean? So that is the other thing, though. You are going to get, no matter what comedy scene you're in, you're going to get an influx of insane people. Yeah. But yeah, even like all the people you're calling opportunist comedians, like I don't interact with them in public. Like I don't. Maybe they might be at the open mics, but open mics are where insane people are supposed to be. You're supposed to go to the open mics and deal with that. And if you can deal with that, you know, you're built to do comedy. How hot are the women in Austin? Is it better than New Orleans? Well, I've never been to New Orleans, but there's a lot of pretty ladies here. I would say New York is a better city for pretty ladies. Like a big tight city. Hell yeah. Big tight city is where you get hit with way more pretty ladies.
Something and thought, okay, I'm going to move to Austin having no experience with comedy whatsoever and, you know, come up with the first thing is Austin is just saturated with comedians now. And more importantly, with people who want to be comedians, but are not comedians. There's so many people who've just seen an episode of Kill Tony or something and thought, okay, I'm gonna move to Austin having no experience with comedy whatsoever and, you know, come up with a minute of jokes if I even put that effort in. And then next thing you know, I'm gonna be a superstar. And
yeah, I don't know, dude. I'll acknowledge that there might be an influx, but I mean, comedy attracts insane people. I don't know what to tell you.
And the reality is, that's just not how it works. You know, there's too many people there, too many people who are super talented, who, for better, for worse, and I would argue for worse for their own careers, move there, and there's just not enough spots to do. Yes, of course, there's the Mothership. Of course, there's Creek in the Cave, which is a far superior comedy club in terms of helping working comics out. And other comedy clubs have popped up. I think there's probably 7 to 8 kind of official ones now, but that doesn't make any difference.
There's Mothership, Creek, Cap City, Velveeta, Roscoe's, East Side Comedy Club, Black Rabbit. I think those are the only ones that consider themselves comedy clubs. That came out wrong. I think those are the only ones that you would consider, like obviously Creek and Mothership, but the smaller rooms, because like Black Rabbit's like a small BYOB room, but it's a pop and spot, so you know it's a comedy club. But yeah, it is probably like 10 at most. I can't think of the other ones, so it's probably like 8. Yeah, I mean, I will say this about Austin. There's plenty of stage time. There is plenty of stage time if you want it. The only problem is the paid spots are not as plentiful. Do not come to Austin if you don't have a job or a large amount of savings or some sort of side hustle or something like that. Because that was a big bummer coming down here. But it's also a brand new city. It's a brand new, like the current iteration of Austin is a brand new scene. So give it some time. Maybe in the next 5 years, the paid spots will be a little more, they'll be more plentiful. Oh, I forgot Vulcan. Yeah. So there's like 9. Yeah. I would say the one thing you have on Austin is the paid spots are a lot less than people might think. But also, I mean, it's also comedy, dude. Like, man. You think they fucking... God, how many times did I go into fucking New York to go to Gas Digital? And I am not shitting on Gas Digital in any way. It's just fucking comedy, man. I mean, how many times do you guys think we pay guests? Yeah, it's not there, man. So comedy, like, this is another thing too. Comedy, doing stand-up comedy, pursuing a stand-up comedy career fucking sucks ass sometimes. Like, that's also an element of it you just got to accept. Oh yeah, how could I forget the Sunset Strip? I'm a fucking idiot. They don't book me. That's why. I'm not complaining. Literally trying to go there to get a job today. I love the Sunset's fun. A lot of people, a lot of nice people at Sunset. A lot of nice people at Vote. Yeah, so it's literally like 10. Yeah, it's like 10. No, and like that's the funny thing about Austin. If they just get a little bit more infrastructure and a little bit more people out there, like Austin could benefit from the population going up, which I think it is. If the population goes up, and because like the thing about Austin is people are very excited for like live comedy and shit like that. They're very excited for like live performance and things like that in general. So like the excitement is there to go see a show. And yeah, dude, people get shows packed out and all that shit, man.
Difference when it's oversaturated with comedians.
Oh, but yeah. I don't know if it's oversaturated for real. Like it feels it at times. Like when you see 90 comics sign up for the Creek open mic, but that's also open mics. Yeah, but my only complaint is I would have thought there would be more paid stage time. That would be my one complaint.
Comedians who can't get spots there, but more importantly, when there's no audience there. Getting to the spots thing, I mean, there's a lot of open mics there, and the idea of an open mic is that that's how you get better at comedy. The problem is there's so many people. There are numerous times when you'll show up 10 minutes early to sign up, and you're already number 63 on the list, you know, and that's just not sustainable in terms of waiting around.
Yeah, he's probably trying to be a little funny. That's not highly reflective of from what I've gathered, because I've never done open mics down here, but from what I've gathered talking to people, that's not highly indicative of the open mic experience down here. It's not like the average open mic is 60 people and the list gets filled up in 5 minutes from the list going out and shit. Like I see there's open mics constantly at the Creek with 1 million people in line, and I'm pretty sure they all get to go up. But this just goes back to my original point. It's like, yes, comedy sucks ass, but it's kind of good because it really weeds out the people who aren't built for it.
For 4 hours to perform 3 minutes to a group of nobody, you know, people.
Yeah. That's doing open mics. That's how you get better. Why would someone want to go to open mic comedy? You know what I mean? Like every open mic I've like obviously you hit the good open mics, but that's not how people like you're not going to get good at comedy by just going to good open mics cuz you're going to cuz you got to think about it this way. You know, all the elements that go into like, oh, everyone comes out to that open mic. You probably have an audience if you have an audience that's laughing their ass off over new comics doing their best material. Like if the audience is laughing their ass off over open mic comics doing their best material, that audience probably has a bad taste in comedy. You know what? It's like, oh, you guys all think open micers are really funny? This is your idea of a fun night? A bunch of open micers telling you their favorite slurs? Like this is probably a fucking mentally ill audience. So there's that. And then yeah, it's like also if you're just doing your heat at an open mic, you're not getting better and you're like wasting your time. And then if you're just given these perfect audiences, like that's why you get on shows so you can get good audiences. If you keep going to your open mic and the audience is perfect all the time, like go to that open mic because you know, you do deserve to feel joy once during the week, but it's like you should also go to the fucking shitty open mic. You get to a point where you're exhausted of it and you're like, I can't do this anymore. But that's like years into it. And I don't know how long this dude's been doing it. But that's like years into it. It's like, yeah, the open mic, like it's not even to say the open mic should be shitty. Why would it be good? That's the better question. Why would an open mic be good? Oh, hey, here's what we got for you. Here's a bunch of comics who've been barely doing it 5 years, and they're not that good at it, and they're trying new jokes out. And it's like, just the nature of it, you know, by the grace of God, you have an audience to go out to that. So it's like, I think when people go like open mic should be bad, no, that's not, I don't think, you know, that's not a good way to look at it. Why would the open mic be good? You're just like, oh, we fill it up. And then like, dude, 9 times out of 10, the bar's taking a hit having an open mic. Like, they're doing you a favor, legitimately. It's a business, and having an open mic, because chances are the comics aren't going to be funny. The vibe's going to be weird. You're going to have a lot of comics being edgelords. It's actually like it's taking a hit. The bar's taking a hit having an open mic. They're taking a huge risk having an open mic. So it's like they're like, in a weird way, they're doing you a favor, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, that's my question I throw out to comics who are like mad about this stuff. Why would any of this be good for you? An open mic. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you deserve anything bad. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. It's like you want to do it. These are the parameters. These are the entry levels. And then that's the thing. You go to the open mics. They fucking suck ass. You start seeing the same dudes at open mics. And then you guys become friends. And now it's like, oh, yeah, we do our shitty comedy, but I get to hang out with my boys every week. And then you guys create relationships. And then over time, you guys actually get good at comedy. And then you start helping each other out because you've put in all these years. And that goes back to the whole fucking thing of like, well, that's a big thing too for people starting comedy. One thing people should be aware of when starting comedy is to be aware of not jumping around scenes too much. You know, legitimately, if you want to start comedy, I would suggest either starting in Austin or starting in like a smaller city like Philly or Chicago or not California, or like New Jersey or something like that. Because really, it's like the benefit a lot of us who are like, you know, helping each other out. It's because I met Lemaire and Nate 6 months into comedy. You know what I mean? Like Matt and Shane, they met each other. Shane was out in PA for a while, and then Matt was like one of the first dudes Shane met in Philly. You know, like we've all, it's not that it's, you know, it's not just like, oh, I put this guy on because he sucks my dick all the time. It's like, no, that's the dude I've known since day one. Shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you make a podcast because that's the only guy you've known for over a decade.
Believe. And then getting to the audience, look, the thing is, whether it's LA, whether it's New York City, if you removed comedy from those cities would still be thriving and have a huge industry there that's bringing tourists all day long. People want to go to Hollywood. People want to go to...
Yeah, I know what he means. I mean, Austin's still like a huge music city. And also, too, a lot of reason people are a huge reason people. Now, yeah, you would have less tourists in Austin if it wasn't for the mothership. Austin's still like you would have a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of people coming for. He's right, but not exactly, because it's like it's Austin, Texas. It's a huge. It's known for music. You know what I mean? But yeah, I know what he means. But also, a lot of people are there because of like tech jobs and shit. But that's a decent point.
Times Square, and that is your audience, and that's really one of the most important things to a comedy show, is having an audience there. Austin just doesn't attract that kind of tourism in foot traffic.
Actually, from personal experience, like I said, I've never done comedy in LA, but from personal experience, Austin attracts more normal people, and that's just real. Like, I know Tim Dillon was being funny and stuff. Like, Austin attracts much more regular people, so you can do jokes on each end of the political spectrum and still do okay. Like New York, it's all just like a very, very specific type of opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is that what we're going to do? We're going to big up the quality of people in New York and LA over anyone else. I go, that's not, we might not want to do that.
On a consistent basis, particularly with people who aren't just trying to get drunk on 6th Street, which if you don't know is just like a bar corridor, mainly clubs, that's shut down on the weekends, that's just populated by insane amounts of young drunk people and cops riding on horses patrolling them. Beyond that,
and I know this video is from May, but the horses aren't here anymore. They don't do that no more. They well, the real problem was the like there'd be like 4 blocks of 6th Street that they just would let people roam around, and now they don't block off. They don't let them walk in the street. Like cars still get to drive down that street anymore. Or now they don't block off the whole road, so they've been avoiding problems. So they fixed that.
there's not an influx of tourism to Austin in the same way that there is in New York and LA. When you are a tourist there, or in my case, when you live there and you sold your car 20 years ago, there's no public transportation system there. There's not the infrastructure to support people getting around to all these various clubs. The beautiful thing about New York is, let's say you want to go to the Comedy Cellar and they're sold out. That's okay. You can walk down the street and hit up 3 more comedy clubs within a block. That just isn't the case in Austin. And for the comedians, similarly, if you want to go to Cap City to do an open mic or a spot, you're talking about like a 25-minute drive north.
This is big city privilege talking right now. Brother, I grew up in central Pennsylvania. I had to drive an hour minimum every night for years. And then even when I moved to fucking New Jersey, I had to drive a shit. Yeah, you got to drive. I don't know what to tell you. That's city privilege. This is city privilege. Yeah, you want to do comedy outside of New York, Philly, LA. I mean, even in LA, you're driving a bunch. Yeah, this is city folk privilege talking right here. The street barricades ruined 6th Street. Yeah, I don't know. Austin does have public transportation. I'm stuck using it. Yeah, I mean, if you live downtown, it's pretty easy to get around Austin. So he's not accurate about that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I get living in. If I lived in Philly or New York, I could see myself not wanting, but also I don't know it. Do like, is it like I bet you more people don't use public transportation in New York, and everyone who has to use the subway hates it. But yeah, there is this. I don't know. There's these people with boners over public transportation that I'm always like, maybe I'm a dickhead. I don't know. I feel like there's a perception that Austin is like a conservative comedy haven. It's not. It's actually a pretty, like, no one's overly conservative. It's honestly way less political than people think. Yeah, no, Austin's got a good, healthy mix. I actually prefer the audiences down here. But whenever a trans person or some other minority can take a joke directed at them, everyone cheers for them. Well, that's the funny part too, is there's like a decent amount of there's like 2 or 3 trans comics down here that everyone's friends with. Or maybe it's like 2. There's a shit ton of gay comics, and like everyone vibes out pretty good. I know my one gay friend was saying though, like, there are times where, because people do, we kind of go old school with the terminology sometimes, And I know my one gay friend was saying, like, yeah, it is kind of annoying how often people throw out the agate and you're just supposed to sit there like, and I'm like, yeah, that does suck ass. As a man who may say that as part of my vernacular when I'm in a grumpy mood, I'm not popping that off in front of my gay friends. That's rude. That to me is rude. Most of the U.S. doesn't have reliable public yeah, so like the public transportation thing is just like, yeah, I don't know. Most people have cars too, dude.
From where the mothership is located. City street and hit up 3 more comedy clubs within a block. That just isn't the case in Austin. And for the
I mean, that's actually, I mean, Mothership, Vulcan, Creek, Sunset, Black Rabbit, and then a slew of popular bar shows are all within a good walking distance, comparable if not better than New York. And then there's like Roscoe's. There's like Roscoe's and East Side, which are annoying to get to, but I mean, yeah, that's just life, dude.
comedians, similarly, if you want to go to Cap City to do an open mic or a spot, you're talking about like a 25-minute drive north from where the mothership is located.
Yeah, I mean, he's in Philly. Wait a minute. Like, this is what I'm saying is like the critiques. It's not to say Austin's perfect because it's not. It's not perfect. But the critiques don't make sense. Like, I'm pretty sure this dude's in Philly. Like, Helium Comedy Club, and then what's the other comedy club in Philly? Not Improv. Punchline. That's right. I don't know why I forget Punchline all the time. Yeah, Punchline. Punchline Philly. Yeah, like. Here, let's pull this up. And we'll make this a little bit bigger. Yeah. Wait, here's my head. There we go. Yeah, this is over here is over here is Helium, and then over here is Punchline Philly. Those are the 2 main clubs in the city. So, like, yeah, you're not walking that, dude. You know what I mean? You're not walking that. And I guess the point he's trying to make is it's better in New York or something. But even in LA, I feel like you got to drive a bunch. So again, yes, this bad thing about Austin is a bad thing about every other city. So what's the point, man? He's right. Cap City used to be on Congress, which is like 5 blocks from the mothership, but for some reason moved to the Domain. Yeah, it is far up in the Domain. Austin sucks because you don't like Joe Rogan. If you lived in PA for a while, did you ever see the band Settle for Nothing? No. Actually, there was a... No. Are they like a hardcore band? I didn't get into hardcore till a little bit later in life. So it was actually kind of like after I lived in PA. Did you ever hear of speaking of Pennsylvania, there was a band from Easton, I think, called Settle. Yeah. They randomly, remember when Pandora was a thing? They randomly came across my shit because of Pandora. This band called Settle. And they have a song called Affinity for My Hometown that if you're into pop punk, it rips.
The other thing is the cost of living. Now, you're going to say, I'm insane. Oh, my God.
Okay, I'm very interested to see this because I've never met one person who's been unhappy with the cost of living. Which also, again, if this dude lives in Philly, this is all just very funny.
You know, how are you going to compare LA and New York to Austin? But the thing is, Austin real estate has shot through the roof. I've never been a property owner, but I can tell you as a renter that the place I was renting, the landlord said that his house increased from $300,000 in 2018 to $900,000 in February 2023. And
2023, yes, because a shit ton of people moved to Austin. I was so happy he said 2023 because a shitload of people moved to Austin after COVID. But then, so the rent did shoot up in 2023, but then people stopped moving as much to Austin. So the rents went down. I remember I was talking to Mike Eaton about it. He was, I remember he was like, 1 second, Andy, I gotta fuck this guy. No, Mike's gay and fat and eats food. I love Mike. Yeah, I was talking to Mike Eaton, and it's like, yeah, a bunch of people moved here after COVID. The prices shot up a little bit, and now the prices are actually going down. But I I think even when the prices were at their highest, they were still significantly less than New York and LA. I could be wrong about that. Oh shit! I'll check out Settle for Nothing then. That rips.
And those prices are being reflected in the rent. They're being reflected in the food and the drinks. I remember getting chicken over rice at a halal cart in Austin, and they were charging $18, then flip the iPad around to be like, do you want to tip 20, 25, or 30%? Now, I want to be fair. I have not been in New York City living there since August of 2020. But on the regular, you could find $5 chicken over rice. I'm not saying it's not that now.
Yeah, I mean, that's also too, like, to be fair, it's just inflation makes everything more expensive. Austin, I will say, it's not necessarily cheaper shopping around. It's not like Austin is drastically cheaper when you're just shopping around at stores, because it's like inflation hits everywhere. But I mean, it's significantly cheaper to rent out here than it is anywhere else.
But I would be shocked if it was $18 plus tax and tip, the way that it is in Austin. So the promise of affordable living in Austin doesn't seem to be all that real either. I know so many comedians, aspiring comedians as well, in Austin who are living out of their cars because they can't afford rent. They can't afford to eat.
I mean, that can't be an amount that's significant. And also, I mean, comedians are mentally ill people. It's like when you hear those stories about, I'm not calling Nick Mullen mentally ill, but it's like when you hear those stories about Nick Mullen living in a fucking giant room with small dividers with a bunch of Chinese people. It's because he could have gotten a regular job and done that, but he's like, this gives me time to not have a job and focus on comedy. It's like, yeah, that's not. Most people don't live in their car. That's not like a regular thing. I don't know where he's getting information from, but yeah, most comics down here don't live in their car.
And that's the thing, is I just think that this has kind of become a sad false promise. People got excited.
Nick Mullen is mentally ill. Okay. Yeah, probably.
If I'm being totally honest, you can hear it in the podcast and stuff. I think that Rogan and Hinchcliffe had a degree of disdain for California and the way the pandemic was handled, and that's totally fine.
Well, they also too, I mean, he's acknowledging it, but he's also underselling it. It's like, you know, they're talking about the fact that they didn't like LA was just, even the people who still fucking suck up, you know, even the people who still suck LA's dick are like, no, it's terrible there. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, you know, these guys are getting rich and famous, and oh, God forbid Rogan doesn't want to give half of his Spotify check to fucking California, so more homeless people. And Like you forget too. It's like, yeah, it's like the homeless shit's crazy. People were burning down cities. The COVID regulations were unreal. And it's like, yeah, from their perspective, Austin's a substantially better place to live in. It's like, I don't get why that's not reasonable. I don't understand why that's, everyone's like, yeah, they have a difference of opinion, but it's like, no, like, let's take some time and remember what California was like in 2020. And you tell me Rogan and Hinchcliffe wanting to leave there is crazy. You know what I mean?
You're not going to begrudge them that, but to then falsely promise that something greater exists for a whole group of people, whole community to move to Austin.
I mean, you got to look at it from their perspective. It's like they're not I'm not trying to run cover for like Rogan and Hinchcliffe. They don't need it. They're fucking big and famous and totally fine. But like, I mean, Rogan's bigger than he's ever been. Hinchcliffe just, they just did Madison Square Garden for the third time. You know what I mean? A lot of other people that moved down here are doing better. I know I'm still like, still not making a lot of money, which like and subscribe, and my Venmo's at Andrew Malfarina. You guys know the move. I know shit's going better for Lemaire and Nate. You know what I mean? Shit's going better for me. It's all, I don't know. It's just, this is a weird video.
So many comedians I know, and they don't want to say this out loud because they don't want to upset the Rogan sphere, regret their decision of moving to Austin. Those who haven't fully planted themselves have been able to extricate themselves from that situation, but a lot.
Wait, what did he say?
To then falsely promise that something greater exists for a whole group of people, whole community to move to Austin. So many.
I don't know, man. If you move to Austin flippantly and it's not going well, I don't have a lot of sympathy. I don't care. Comedy's fucking hard. Comedy's hard as fucking shit. It's a pretend job. No one really fucking needs it. So it's fucking tough. I don't know what to fucking tell you, dude. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get fucking angry like this, but it's like comedy's a hard fucking fake job. I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Comedians I know, and they don't want to say this out loud because they.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to begrudge them that, but to then falsely promise that something greater exists for a whole group of people.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's like, yeah, Rogan and Hinchcliffe and them moved to Austin. It was a good decision for them to move. And then a bunch of people saw that and impulsively moved to Austin. And then they got there and they're like, wait a minute, I thought I was just going to show up and Tony was going to give me $1,000 and then Rogan was going to give me a pat on the head and then they were going to give me 50 spots a week at Mothership. What happened? And you're like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not like if you didn't assess it properly to me, it's like no hard feelings. To me, it's like no hard feelings. It's like, yeah, go see if it's for you. If it's not, go back to fucking Philly or New York and try it there.
Whole community to move to Austin. So many comedians I know, and they don't want to say this out loud because they don't want to upset the Rogan sphere, regret their decision of moving.
The smirk on the smirk. Some people who went to Austin realized they don't like Austin. And it's like, Jesus fucking. Oh, yeah. You got him.
Moving to Austin. Those who have.
Austin's a lovely place to live. I'm not like jerking it off like it's the greatest place on fucking earth. And there's definitely a lot of shit I miss about, PA and New Jersey and shit. Austin is a lovely place to live. It's nice. Even the dude, I've been to places in New York and New Jersey and Philly that I'm like, I don't feel safe stopping at this red light. I don't feel that safe, dude. I'd leave some nights from Nate's place and be like anxious walking to my car. There's nowhere in Austin I feel that way. And again, this might be 300-pound, 6-foot guy privilege, but it's like, yeah, Austin is chill. It's not, I don't know why everyone's making it this big dramatic thing. Comedians even capable of performing a real job, though. Look at Ryan Foster. Sure, being an electrician is gay, but he has work skills. Yeah, well, that is a big thing. The Rogan sphere, and it's Joe's head. No, it kind of goes. I'm not even trying to shit on him. I'm sure Eric's funny. Like, I'm sure he's a good comic. Whatever. It's just like, it's like me. I'm a really funny comic. But but the areas that I lack success are my own damn fault. There's not some fucking conspiracy. It's like, dude, it's like, I understand who I am. I'm abrasive. I'm not for everyone, and I'm really bad at networking. You know, it's like, you can be the funniest guy in the world, and I think I'm fucking hilarious. But am I blaming everyone fucking else for why I'm not successful? No, I'm taking responsibility for it. And I'm trying to like fucking do shit I'm good at that people can see I'm good at and they want to fuck with. You know what I'm saying? So subscribe to the YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube, or else I have to make videos like this. Do you guys get where I'm coming from? A lot of comedians are just people that are told they were funny by a coworker. Yeah, I don't know if Lemaire's had a bunch of regular. I don't know if Lemaire could do a regular job. He's talented. He could probably do some like video editing shit. He could probably do some work from home shit. I don't know if Lemaire could do an office job. I bet he could crush a work from home job.
That fully planted themselves have been able to extricate themselves from that situation, but a lot of people restarted their lives over there, and it's not having the promise that they were hoping for in terms.
Okay. You went into a situation not doing enough research, and you didn't think enough about it. You made an impulsive decision and something bad happened. What? Wait, you're telling me this town that Rogan's only lived in for 2 or 3 years is not the comedy mecca on Earth? It's like, well, they said it was the comedy. And also, I would love to go and did anyone actually say the words comedy mecca? I don't know about that. But either way, it's like, well, people said it was the comedy mecca, and I went there and it wasn't the comedy mecca. It's like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It sounds like you made a very impulsive, unthought out decision. Whoever imagined the job that relies on the subjectivity of humor would be hard.
Of their careers. There's only so many spots that you can do at a club like the Mothership and perhaps Creek in the Cave that's going to pay you.
And that was the thing I now acknowledged earlier. The bummer of Austin is realizing the lack of paid spots. Dude, I'm telling you, though, if something happens where, and dude, also, I don't know, some of these comedy clubs in New York don't even pay you that good. I'm not bitching. We're the ones who want to be clowns. I'm not bitching. Why does one place have to be the best? Why can't they just be some other scene? Why are they so threatened? Dude, I'll be honest. If Austin gets enough business and influx where like more of these places can like pay comics better, it's gonna body these other scenes, dude.
Sunset Strip, which is partially owned by Brian Redband down the street, constantly empty. I'm not saying it's always empty, but it very often is, you know, and that's maybe the number 2 touted club thing.
I don't know if constantly empty's fair. I mean, Creek has some off nights during the week, but I will say this, like that's my other thing. I was talking about this a while ago on some shit, but it's like, guys, the Austin scene, the current iteration of the Austin scene is like 2 years old. And it's like Creek is filled every weekend. And then like when you have popping shows like Nate Lemaire and Sean's Optimum Noctis, That's like they fill that more often than they don't. And even when they don't fill it, it's more than half full. Like I don't know the last time Optimum's been half full. When they do Liddy Titty's a Thursday show, it's usually full for Liddy Titty. There's a lot of shows in there that are like pretty full. And yeah, and it's like, and I mean, Sunset Sit does. I'm not at Sunset a lot, so I don't know but yeah, there's nights where it's like first 2 or 3 rows. There's also nights where they pack the place the fuck out. Also, Sunset's a big ass room, so you could have that room a third to a half full, and there's still a shitload of people in there. Let's be real about that. It's a crazy long room, the Sunset Strip. So half full is still a lot of people in that fucking building. So yeah, and that's like 2 years in, and I don't know. I'm feeling positive about the scene. I think it's gonna grow because I think there's just more people keep coming to Austin. No, I know that wasn't directed towards me, but thank you for the clarification. Constantly is a synonym for always. Oh, did I say something dumb?
To kill Tony. Again, Creek in the Cave, you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck there. And there's some great shows there. But, you know, in summary, Austin doesn't have the infrastructure. Has the Austin comedy scene grown immensely? Yes. Has it grown immensely compared to New York and LA? Not at all. It's grown from like...
The 2-year-old comedy scene. Just like always keep that in the back of your mind when people shit on Austin. Go the 2-year-old comedy scene, because I don't think you get to call Austin like the current iteration of the comedy scene of Austin right now. To me, starts with the Mothership opening. You know, because you don't get to it's not stabilized until Mothership opens. So it's like when did the Comedy Mothership open its doors? Yeah, 2023. So yeah, Comedy Mothership's 2 years old. That I think is a fair place to say is like the start of Austin, is the current iteration of the Austin comedy scene. Yeah, 2023. So like that's what we're talking about when we talk about this shit. The thing that doesn't compare to New York and LA 100% is 2 years old. It didn't start with the Creek in the Cave. Well, no, it's like the reason people are in all. No, I'm saying like Rogan and Rebecca moved to Austin around in the same general time frame. It's not even about the Creek or Rogan or Tony or anything. I'm saying when it finally like calmed down and stabilized and there was a big reason to have this influx, it was like when it finally stabilized was when like the Mothership opened and stuff like that. That's where I'm coming from.
Maybe a 2.5 out of 10 on the comedy radar in the US to like a 6. And I'm not talking about publicity and hype and forthcoming documentaries. I'm talking about the actuality of what it can offer. And when New York's at a 10, Austin's not even in the conversation.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people moving there are people like us, me, Nate, and Lemaire, who we have friends who are more popular and established, and we're already established to a degree. And then the other people that should consider moving here are open micers. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of people who it makes a lot of sense for them to move here, and there's a lot of people where it doesn't make any sense to move here. And that's all fine and fair.
You know, I would say that Austin has surpassed a city like Philadelphia or San Francisco. Again, lived in both places in terms of opportunity. But in terms of quality of comedians, not at all. These are people here who really want to be doing comedy and have put the work in, often for, you know.
Yeah, that's not fair. I mean, I don't know how to say which city's funnier. Like I said before, I think every city has the same general breakdown. And like, I love all my Philly guys. And like, I'm not even talking about the dudes on the pods and stuff because fucking Drew's here right now. Drew's fucking hilarious. Naeem's hilarious. Foster, all the boys. Fucking James Moss, all the Philly bros are hilarious. And I'll even Tim and Mike, even though they're Austin guys now, but they, they're heavy Philly and shit like that. But even Philly just has a plethora of open micers who are new and dog shit. Like Philly, like I don't know. I'm not going to talk shit on Philly because I love them so much, but they kind of they have a little our shit don't stink walk around like their shit don't stink sometimes. And yeah, Seattle is a good comedy scene, sure.
Years, sometimes 10 plus years. These aren't people who heard a one-liner joke that was just about trying to say a hot button issue that got a group of fans who are focused solely on that type of comedy to laugh and then thought that they could do have a whole career in comedy. So
yeah, that whole thing, and all respect to Eric, I'm not trying to be like, this is not like a fuck you, I just disagree with everything you're saying. But that thing he just said right there, that's a made up. That's not a thing in comedy scenes where it's like, oh no, actually we have this city's actually really a smart hip city. It's like, dude, I've been to shows in New York where it's like people do this thing where they believe a bunch of like ultra progressive liberal shit, so they now think they're smarter, and it's just like, no, you guys have the potential to be just as ignorant as any of those other fucking towns or cities you fucking shit on. So it's like this idea that just the like Philadelphia or New York or Seattle as a whole is just like, yeah, there's just like real hip, smarter people that just really want like thoughtful. No, that's not a thing, man. That's not a thing. You got every city has it's like most people are surface level on shit, man. And most people want to go to these shows. They just want a fun night out. It's like this idea that there's this like over the top level of artistry and shit like that is just, it's like a made up thing. And it's the problem with a lot of people now. Yeah, all respect to Eric. Thank you for making that video. I'm sure you're a funny comic and a nice guy. I'm not trying to come at you in any sort of disrespectful way. I have respect for anyone who does comedy and works hard, and Eric seems like he works hard. I just think he's wrong about a lot of shit. Yeah, but that's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking pessimistic, but yeah, that shit's kind of like silly to me. Anyway, this was a fun stream. I was planning on wrapping up earlier than this, but I when I was texting earlier, my plans kind of changed for the day, so I was able to do a longer stream. This was very fun. Yeah, man, I will see everyone tomorrow. If you guys, again, like I've been saying, if you haven't, please consider following the YouTube. I'm trying to get it to 500 subscribers so I can monetize it and make a couple extra bucks talking shit into microphones and stuff. So go look for that. If you're on Twitch and if you got a Twitch Prime sub, please consider doing that like M Fisher did at top of the stream. Please consider hitting me with a Twitch Prime sub. And if you're just feeling nasty, go like me. Just like me. Please like me. Patreon.com/Big Red in the Morning. I'm trying to put out bonus. I'm a busy bitch. I'm trying to put out extra content over there and shit. So look out for that. All right. Bye.